Good evening. Tonight, we're tracing the complete history of whiskey, from the ancient distillation chambers of Mesopotamia around 2000 BCE to the craft distilleries and global markets of today. It's a story that spans 4 millennia, crosses every continent, and reveals how humans transformed fermented grain into a spirit that would fuel revolutions, build economies, and shape the identity of nations. This is how a preservation technique became a cultural force. If you're here, you're probably curious about how something as complex as whiskey came to exist. Maybe you've tasted it and wondered about its origins. Maybe you've heard conflicting stories about who invented it or where it really started. Over the next chapters, we'll answer those questions with precision, following the archaeological evidence, the written records, and the technological innovations that carried this craft across centuries and continents. You'll see how whiskey's history mirrors the rise and fall of empires, the movement of peoples, and the relentless human drive to perfect a process. Phone face down, volume at a whisper. Let's go in. The story of whiskey begins not with whiskey at all, but with something far older and more fundamental: grain, water, and the accidental discovery that when these elements combine under the right conditions, they transform into something intoxicating. Around 10,000 BCE, humans in the Fertile Crescent, the arc of land stretching from modern-day Egypt through the Levant and into Mesopotamia, made a revolutionary shift. They stopped wandering and started farming. They domesticated wheat and barley, creating the first agricultural surplus in human history. This surplus didn't just feed populations, it enabled experimentation. And somewhere in those early settlements, someone discovered fermentation. We know this because the evidence is unmistakable. Archaeological excavations at Godin Tepe in the Zagros Mountains of Iran uncovered pottery jars dating to approximately 3500 BCE with chemical residues consistent with barley beer. Similar findings emerged from sites across Mesopotamia and Egypt. The Sumerians, who built the world's first cities in southern Mesopotamia around 4000 BCE, left behind cuneiform tablets documenting beer production in meticulous detail. One tablet, the Hymn to Ninkasi, from around 1800 BCE, is essentially a recipe for beer disguised as a religious poem, a step-by-step guide to brewing that doubled as worship of the Sumerian goddess of beer. Beer wasn't recreational. It was nutritional, medicinal, and sacred. In ancient Mesopotamia and Egypt, beer was safer to drink than water, which was often contaminated. Workers building the pyramids received daily rations of beer, several liters per day in fact, as documented in administrative records from the Old Kingdom period, around 2500 BCE. Beer was currency. It was medicine. It was woven into the fabric of daily life and religious ritual. The Babylonian Code of Hammurabi, dating to around 1750 BCE, included laws regulating beer production and sales, with severe penalties for tavern keepers who watered down their product or overcharged customers. This wasn't just drink, it was infrastructure. But beer, as transformative as it was, remained beer. It was fermented grain, barley or wheat soaked in water, mixed with yeast, allowed to bubble and sour into an alcoholic brew with perhaps 3 to 5% alcohol by volume. To get from beer to whiskey, humanity needed something else entirely: distillation. Distillation is the process of heating a liquid to create vapor, then cooling that vapor to create a more concentrated liquid. It's a method of purification and concentration, and its origins are frustratingly difficult to pin down with precision. What we know is this: by 2000 BCE, distillation technology existed in Mesopotamia, though not initially for alcohol. The earliest evidence comes from archaeological sites in Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley, where distillation apparatus, primitive alembics made of clay, have been discovered. These devices weren't designed to make spirits. They were used by perfumers and early chemists to extract essential oils from plants and flowers. The Babylonians and Assyrians used distillation to create perfumes and medicinal compounds. Egyptian texts from the same period describe distillation processes for creating aromatic oils and preserving substances. The technology was there. The application to alcohol would come later. The crucial insight that distillation could concentrate alcohol appears to have developed gradually. In ancient Egypt, there's evidence of distillation apparatus in temple complexes and medical facilities. The Ebers Papyrus, an Egyptian medical text dating to around 1550 BCE, contains references to distilled substances used in healing, though whether these included distilled alcohol remains a matter of scholarly debate. What's clear is that the Egyptians understood the principle. Heat transforms liquid, vapor can be captured, and the result is something purer and more potent than what you started with. The Greeks and Romans inherited this knowledge. Aristotle, in his Meteorology written around 350 BCE, describes the distillation of seawater to remove salt. He understood that different substances boil at different temperatures, and that heating and cooling could separate them. Pliny the Elder, in his encyclopedic Natural History from 77 CE, discusses distillation in the context of producing turpentine and testing the purity of various substances. The Romans used distillation in metallurgy and medicine, though there's no definitive evidence they applied it to create distilled spirits. What kept distillation from immediately revolutionizing alcohol production was partly technological and partly cultural. Early distillation equipment was crude, inefficient, and small-scale. The process required precise temperature control to separate alcohol from water, since ethanol boils at 78.4 degrees Celsius, while water boils at 100 degrees. Ancient alembics, heated over open flames, couldn't maintain that precision consistently. Additionally, fermented drinks like wine and beer were deeply embedded in religious and social practices. There was no pressing need to make them stronger, but the knowledge was spreading. By the early centuries of the Common Era, distillation technology had traveled along trade routes from the Mediterranean to Persia, India, and eventually China. Each culture adapted the technique to local needs. In Persia, distillation was applied to creating rosewater and medicinal tinctures. In India, distillation produced aromatic oils and eventually distilled palm wine. In China, evidence suggests distillation of rice wine, may have begun as early as the Eastern Han Dynasty, around 200 CE, though this remains contested among historians. The crucial point is this: by the end of the ancient world, let's say around 500 CE, the fundamental technologies that would eventually produce whiskey were in place. Humans knew how to cultivate grain in massive quantities. They knew how to ferment that grain into beer. They knew how to distill liquids to concentrate their essence. What they didn't yet have was the cultural impetus, the economic motivation, or the refined technique to put these pieces together into distilled spirits as we know them. That impetus would come from an unlikely source: the rise and expansion of the Islamic world, where scholars fleeing the collapse of the classical world would preserve, refine, and revolutionize distillation technology, not to create intoxicating drinks, which their religion forbade, but to pursue alchemy, medicine, and the transformation of matter itself. The stage was set. Grain was abundant. Fermentation was understood. Distillation was possible. The ancient world had assembled the pieces of a puzzle it wouldn't solve. That solution would wait for the medieval alchemists, who would take distillation from the realm of perfume and medicine into something far more potent and far more dangerous. But before we enter those medieval workshops and witness the birth of distilled spirits, we need to understand what came next, how the fall of Rome scattered this knowledge across continents, how Islamic scholars became the unlikely guardians of distillation science, and how a technique designed to create medicine would inadvertently create the most powerful drink humanity had ever known. The fall of Rome in 476 CE didn't just collapse an empire. It shattered the networks that had preserved and transmitted technical knowledge across the Mediterranean world. Libraries burned, trade routes collapsed. The systematic exchange of ideas that had characterized the classical period fractured into isolated pockets of learning scattered across a darkening continent. But knowledge, like water, finds a way through cracks. While Europe descended into what we now call the early Middle Ages, a period of political fragmentation and economic contraction, the Eastern Mediterranean was experiencing something entirely different: the explosive rise of Islam. In 632 CE, the Prophet Muhammad died, leaving behind a new religion and a community that would, within a century, build an empire stretching from Spain to India. And as Muslim armies conquered territories from the Byzantine and Persian empires, they didn't just seize land, they seized knowledge. In cities like Baghdad, Damascus, Cairo, and Cordoba, Islamic scholars gathered texts from conquered territories, Greek, Roman, Persian, Indian, and began the monumental work of translation and synthesis. They preserved Aristotle when Europe had forgotten him. They advanced mathematics with algebra and algorithms. They revolutionized astronomy, optics, and medicine. And crucially, for our purposes, they perfected the technology of distillation. The word itself tells the story. The Arabic term al-ambic referred to the distillation apparatus inherited from Greek ambics and transformed by Islamic craftsmen. In Latin, this became alembic, the word we still use for the distinctive copper stills that would eventually produce whiskey. But the Arabs didn't just adopt Greek distillation equipment, they revolutionized it. Islamic alchemists, and we should be careful with that term, because what they practiced was part chemistry, part medicine, part mysticism, refined the alembic into an instrument of remarkable precision. They developed cooling systems using water jackets that allowed better temperature control. They created elaborate apparatus with multiple distillation chambers, enabling repeated distillations that produced increasingly pure substances. They documented their processes with the systematic rigor that characterized Islamic science during its golden age. The most influential figure in this transformation was Jabir ibn Hayyan, known in the Latin West as Geber, who lived in the 8th century CE. Jabir's texts, though their authorship is debated by modern scholars, describe distillation processes in meticulous detail. He understood that different substances vaporize at different temperatures and developed techniques for fractional distillation, separating complex mixtures into component parts. His work wasn't focused on creating intoxicants. Islamic law forbade alcohol consumption. Instead, Jabir and his successors used distillation to create medicines, perfumes, and substances they believed held the key to transmuting base metals into gold. But here's the essential irony. In perfecting distillation for non-alcoholic purposes, Islamic scientists created the exact technology needed to produce distilled spirits. By the 9th century, medical texts from the Islamic world describe the distillation of wine and fermented substances to create powerful medicinal compounds. The Persian physician and alchemist Muhammad ibn Zakaria al-Razi, known in the West as Rhazes, wrote extensively about distillation in his medical treatises around 900 CE. He described distilling wine to create a concentrated essence, essentially brandy, used as an antiseptic and internal medicine. Another crucial Arabic contribution to our story is linguistic. The word alcohol derives from the Arabic al-kul, which originally referred to a fine powder of antimony used as eye makeup. The term evolved to mean any substance refined to its pure essence through distillation. When European scholars encountered Arabic texts, they adopted alcohol to describe the refined spirit produced through distillation, the essence of wine, the soul of fermented grain. The very word we use comes from this Islamic scientific tradition. By the 11th century, distillation knowledge was flowing back into Christian Europe along multiple routes. The Crusades, beginning in 1095, brought European knights and scholars into direct contact with Islamic learning. More importantly, Muslim-ruled territories in Spain, Al-Andalus, became crucial transmission points. In cities like Toledo and Cordoba, Arabic texts were translated into Latin by teams of Christian, Muslim, and Jewish scholars. Treatises on alchemy and medicine, filled with distillation techniques, entered European libraries. The timing matters. By 1000 CE, Europe was beginning to emerge from the chaos of the early Middle Ages. Agricultural productivity was increasing. Population was growing. Monasteries, which had preserved literacy and learning through the darkest periods, were becoming centers of not just prayer, but practical knowledge. And as Arabic medical and alchemical texts arrived in monastic libraries, European monks began experimenting with distillation. Medieval monasteries were uniquely positioned to advance this technology. They had education, literacy, and the organizational stability to maintain long-term projects. They had herb gardens for medicinal plants. They produced wine and beer for both liturgical use and daily sustenance. They had the infrastructure, time, space, resources to experiment with transforming these fermented products into something more potent. The results were called aqua vitae, Latin for water of life. This wasn't whiskey as we know it. Early distillation of wine produced what we'd now call brandy, clear, fiery, intensely alcoholic. Medieval monks considered it miraculous medicine. In an era when effective treatments were desperately scarce, aqua vitae seemed to do everything. It was used as an antiseptic for wounds. And it actually worked, since high-proof alcohol kills bacteria. It was administered internally for everything from plague to indigestion. It was prescribed as a tonic for weakness and age. Arnold of Villanova, a physician and alchemist working in southern France around 1300, wrote that aqua vitae prolongs life, clears away ill humors, revives the heart, and maintains youth. Exaggerated? Absolutely. But in a world with few effective medicines, a substance that could sterilize wounds, dull pain, and provide psychological comfort seemed genuinely miraculous. The crucial geographical shift happened in the Celtic fringe of Europe, Ireland and Scotland. Both regions had strong monastic traditions dating back to the spread of Christianity in the 5th and 6th centuries. Irish monasteries, famous for their learning and manuscript illumination, maintained connections with continental European scholarship. Scottish monasteries, though more isolated, similarly preserved and transmitted knowledge. When distillation knowledge reached these northern monasteries, likely by the 11th or 12th century, the monks faced a different raw material situation than their continental counterparts. Wine grapes don't grow well in Ireland or Scotland. The climate is too cold, too wet, but grain grows magnificently. Barley, in particular, thrives in the cool, damp conditions of the North Atlantic fringe. So when Irish and Scottish monks began distilling, they didn't distill wine. They distilled beer. This is the inflection point. This is where the story of whiskey truly begins. The Irish called their distilled product Uise Beatha, pronounced roughly Ishke Baha, which translates directly as water of life, their Gaelic rendering of aqua vitae. The Scots used similar terms, Uisce Beatha in Scottish Gaelic. Over centuries, these phrases would be corrupted and anglicized into whiskey, Irish spelling, and whiskey, Scottish spelling. But that linguistic evolution was still centuries away. For now, in medieval monasteries scattered across Ireland and Scotland, monks were heating fermented barley beer in copper vessels, capturing the vapor, cooling it, and collecting a clear, powerful liquid that bore little resemblance to the golden, aged spirits we know today. Early distillation was crude by modern standards. The stills were simple pot stills, essentially kettles with a tapering neck and a cooling coil. Temperature control was imprecise, performed by regulating fire intensity manually. The resulting liquid would have been harsh, unrefined, and dangerous. The first distillation run produces not just ethanol, but also methanol and other toxic alcohols, which medieval distillers didn't fully understand. They learn through trial and error to discard the heads, the first portion of distillate, which contains these dangerous compounds, and the tails, the final portion, which contains unpleasant-tasting fusel alcohols. But this knowledge developed slowly, and undoubtedly some early consumers of UEC Beta paid dearly for incomplete understanding. What's crucial to understand is that this wasn't recreational drinking. This was medicine. The monks who distilled Uísque Beata weren't operating taverns. They were operating pharmacies. The distillate was administered in tiny quantities, heavily diluted, prescribed for specific ailments. It was expensive to produce, labor-intensive, and required resources that monastic communities carefully controlled. Distillation knowledge remained largely confined within monastery walls, transmitted from one generation of monks to the next as part of their medical training. But information has a way of escaping controlled environments. By the 12th century, distillation knowledge was beginning to leak beyond monasteries. Medical schools emerging in cities like Salerno and Bologna incorporated distillation into their curricula. Physicians who trained in these institutions took the knowledge with them into private practice. Apothecaries, the pharmacists of the medieval world, began producing aqua vitae for medicinal sale. The economic potential was becoming apparent. Distilled spirits commanded high prices. They were shelf-stable, unlike beer and wine, which spoiled relatively quickly. They were portable and concentrated, easy to transport and store. For anyone with access to fermented beverages and distillation equipment, there was money to be made. The technological barrier was dropping too. Distillation required copper vessels, fuel, and knowledge, but none of these were insurmountable obstacles. Copper was expensive, but accessible. Wood for fuel was abundant in Ireland and Scotland, and knowledge, once it exists, spreads through communities, whether authorities want it to or not. An apprentice watches a monk distilling. A servant in a monastery observes the process. A physician demonstrates the technique to students. A merchant acquires a still and figures out the process through experimentation. By 1200 CE, distillation in Ireland and Scotland was no longer purely monastic. It was transitioning slowly, unevenly, but inevitably, from a medical practice controlled by religious and educational institutions into something more widespread and less controllable. The production of Uísque Beata was escaping monastery walls and entering the hands of secular producers, physicians, apothecaries, and eventually ordinary farmers and landowners. This transition would accelerate dramatically over the next 3 centuries. What began as monastic medicine would become a commercial product, a tax commodity, and ultimately a cultural touchstone. But the foundations were laid in these medieval centuries when Islamic scientists perfected the technology and Celtic monks applied it to grain. The transformation from medicine to recreation, from monastery to marketplace, from controlled production to widespread distilling. That's the story of the next several centuries. But it begins here, in drafty stone buildings on the edges of medieval Europe, where monks heated kettles of fermented barley and captured something they believed was a gift from God, water that burned, water that healed. water of life itself. But that comes next. For now, in 1200, Uise Beatha remains rare, expensive, and mostly medicinal. The age of recreational whiskey hasn't arrived yet. The monasteries still hold most of the knowledge. The production is small scale. The infrastructure for mass production doesn't exist. That's all about to change. By 1200 CE, distillation knowledge had escaped the controlled environment of monasteries and medical schools. What happened next wasn't a sudden explosion, but a slow, uneven diffusion. Knowledge passing from monks to physicians, from physicians to apothecaries, from apothecaries to landowners, from landowners to their tenants. Over the next 2 centuries, Uise Beatha would transform from rare medicine into a product woven into the economic and social fabric of Ireland and Scotland. The first concrete written evidence of this transformation comes surprisingly late, 1405, in the annals of Clonmacnoise, an Irish chronicle documenting the death of a chieftain named Richard Mag Ronale. The entry states that he died after taking a surfeit of aqua vitae at Christmas. The Latin term aqua vitae is used, but the context is unmistakably Irish, and the substance is clearly the distilled product we're tracking. What makes this entry significant isn't just that it's the earliest written record of whiskey in Ireland, it's the casualness of the reference. The chronicler doesn't explain what aqua vitae is. He doesn't describe it as exotic or unusual. He records the death the way you'd mention someone dying from drinking too much wine. This implies the substance was familiar enough to readers that no explanation was needed. By 1405, then, distilled spirits were common enough in Ireland that a chieftain could access sufficient quantities to drink himself to death. This wasn't medicine administered in careful drops. This was recreational consumption at a scale that suggests established production and distribution networks. Scotland's first written record comes slightly later, but tells a similar story. In 1494, the Scottish Exchequer Rolls, financial records of the Scottish Crown, contain an entry recording 8 bowls of malt to Friar John Core, wherewith to make aqua vitae. A bowl was a unit of dry measurement, roughly 6 bushels. 8 bowls of malt is approximately 120 pounds of grain, enough to produce perhaps 400 bottles of spirits by modern measures, though medieval yields would have been lower. The crucial detail: this isn't a monastery producing medicine in tiny quantities. This is large-scale production, commissioned through official channels, recorded in government financial documents. By 1494, Scottish distilling was operating at a commercial scale, supervised by religious figures, but clearly serving purposes beyond strictly medical use. These documentary records capture a process that had been unfolding for decades, probably centuries. Between 1200 and 1400, distillation moved from monastic monopoly into broader social structures. This transition happened through several overlapping mechanisms. First, the guild system. As European towns grew during the High Middle Ages, craftsmen organized into guilds, professional associations that controlled training, maintained quality standards, and protected members' economic interests. Distillation fell under the purview of medical guilds in some places, apothecary guilds in others. In Scottish burghs, chartered towns with trading privileges, distillers were often associated with surgeon barber guilds, reflecting the continued medicinal framing of distillation. In Irish towns, which operated under different legal structures, distillation was sometimes controlled by merchant guilds or remained unregulated in smaller communities. Guild control meant several things. It meant formal apprenticeships, where knowledge was transmitted through structured training rather than casual observation. It meant attempts to maintain quality standards, since guild members' reputations depended on consistent products. It meant restricting who could legally distill, creating artificial scarcity that kept prices high. And it meant, inevitably, that non-guild distillers, operating in rural areas beyond guild jurisdiction, would undercut official producers, creating a permanent tension between legal and illicit production. Second, the economic logic of distillation became increasingly clear. Grain was the foundation of medieval economies, but grain was perishable and bulky. A harvest had to be stored, and storage was expensive and risky. Grain could rot, be eaten by vermin, or mold. Converting grain into alcohol solved multiple problems simultaneously. Fermentation and distillation preserved the grain's caloric value indefinitely in a compact, transportable form. Distilled spirits occupied far less space than the grain they were made from, reducing storage costs. They could be transported over long distances without spoiling, and crucially, they commanded prices far higher than raw grain or even beer. For landowners, particularly in Ireland and Scotland, where tenant farming was common, distillation represented a way to extract more value from agricultural production. A landlord could require tenants to deliver a portion of their grain harvest, distill it, and sell the spirits at profit margins that dwarfed what grain sales would bring. This created powerful incentives to expand production. Third, traveling friars, members of mendicant religious orders like the Franciscans and Dominicans, played a crucial but often overlooked role in spreading distillation knowledge. Unlike monks who lived in fixed monasteries, friars moved constantly, preaching, ministering, and often providing medical care to communities that lacked resident physicians. Many friars had medical training, including knowledge of distillation. As they traveled circuits through Ireland and Scotland, they carried this knowledge with them, demonstrating techniques, treating patients with distilled medicines, and inadvertently teaching local communities the basics of distillation. The result was a gradual democratization of distillation knowledge. By 1300, many Irish and Scottish villages had at least one person who knew how to distill. In some communities, the still became communal property, shared resource managed collectively. Farmers would pool grain, take turns operating the still, and divide the resulting spirits. This wasn't commercial production. It was subsistence distilling, similar to communal grain mills or ovens. The spirits produced were consumed locally, used for medicine, given as gifts, or occasionally sold to traveling merchants. Quality was wildly variable. Medieval distillation lacked the precision we take for granted. Temperature control was crude, performed by adjusting fire intensity based on observation and experience. There were no hydrometers to measure alcohol content, no standardized equipment, no quality control testing. The same distiller might produce a batch that was smooth one week and toxic the next, depending on subtle variations in temperature, fermentation quality, or raw materials. The spirits themselves bore little resemblance to modern whiskey. They were unaged, clear as water, consumed immediately after distillation. There was no tradition yet of storing spirits in wooden barrels, which would later become essential to whiskey's character. The liquid was harsh, fiery, often contaminated with fusel oils and other congeners that produced splitting headaches and violent hangovers. It was frequently flavored with herbs, not for taste improvement, but to mask the harshness and add supposed medicinal properties. Juniper, anise, and various local herbs were common additives, but it was strong, and in the medieval world, strength had value. In cold, damp climates like Ireland and Scotland, where warming the body was a daily necessity, strong spirits provided immediate relief. In a world without effective pain medicine, distilled spirits offered numbing effects that nothing else could match. In social contexts, celebrations, negotiations, religious festivals, the ability to share powerful drink created bonds and marked occasions with significance. Regional variations were already emerging. Irish distillers tended to favor triple distillation, running the spirit through the still 3 times to achieve greater purity and smoothness, though at the cost of reduced yield. This practice, which would become a defining characteristic of Irish whiskey, probably emerged through trial and error as distillers discovered that additional distillation runs produced more palatable spirits, even if each run cost time and fuel. Scottish distillers, by contrast, typically practiced double distillation, a compromise between quality and efficiency. Scottish production was often smaller scale, more dispersed, and less subject to centralized control than Irish distilling, which had stronger town-based guild structures. These technical differences would eventually crystallize into distinct national styles, but in the 14th century, they were simply local variations, barely conscious preferences based on available resources and accumulated experience. Barley dominated as the base grain. Wheat was too valuable as food. And baking flour. Oats grew well, but produced inferior spirits. Rye was uncommon in these regions. Barley was abundant, relatively cheap, and crucially, barley beer, the base for distillation, was already a staple beverage. Every community knew how to malt barley, how to brew, how to manage fermentation. Distillation was simply the next step in a process that was already culturally embedded. As production increased, authority figures took notice. Local lords in both Ireland and Scotland began imposing taxes or demanding tribute in the form of distilled spirits. These weren't sophisticated taxation systems. They were feudal extraction, lords claiming rights to a portion of their tenants' production. Enforcement was sporadic and often ineffective, particularly in remote highland areas of Scotland or the isolated regions of Western Ireland, where central authority was weak. But the principle was established. Distilled spirits had economic value, and those with power wanted their share. This tension between producers who wanted to keep their product and authorities who wanted to tax it would define the next 4 centuries of whiskey history. Every major development in the industry, from smuggling networks to technological innovations, would be shaped by the cat and mouse game between distillers and tax collectors. Whiskey was about to become political. It was about to become a tool of colonization, a source of tax revenue for expanding states, a commodity in transatlantic trade, and a flashpoint in conflicts between authorities and populations. The casual, localized production of the medieval period was ending. What came next was commercialization, regulation, resistance, and the slow transformation of a rough local spirit into a global industry. In 1400, whiskey was a rural craft, a community practice, a medical tradition persisting in changed form. By 1600, it would be something entirely different, a commercial commodity, a taxable good, an object of state control, and a symbol of resistance to that control. The bridge between these two states was 2 centuries of political chaos, economic transformation, and technological refinement. The medieval world of distillation was ending. The early modern world of whiskey was about to begin, and the transition would be violent, contested, and ultimately revolutionary, not just for the drink itself, but for the societies that produced and consumed it. In 1536, Henry VIII signed the Act for the dissolution of the lesser monasteries. Over the next 5 years, his government systematically dismantled the entire monastic system in England, Wales, and Ireland, a process that would eventually extend, with modifications, into Scotland as well. More than 800 religious houses were shuttered. Their lands were seized and redistributed to nobility and crown loyalists. Their treasures were confiscated. Their populations, thousands of monks, nuns, and lay brothers, were dispersed into secular society with small pensions or nothing at all. Henry's motivation was political and financial. He needed to break the Catholic Church's power in his realm and fund his increasingly expensive government. But the dissolution had consequences he never anticipated, and one of them was the final, irreversible commercialization of whiskey. For centuries, monasteries had been the primary repositories of distillation knowledge. Monks had refined the techniques, maintained the equipment, and controlled the production of aquavitae for medical purposes. When the monasteries closed, that knowledge didn't disappear. It scattered. Former monks, suddenly needing to earn their living outside religious communities, took their skills into the secular economy. Some became physicians or apothecaries. Others offered their services to wealthy landowners, and some simply set up stills and became commercial distillers. This wasn't an instantaneous transformation. The dissolution unfolded over years, and its effects rippled through generations. But by the mid-1500s, a clear pattern had emerged. Distillation was no longer primarily a monastic practice. It had become a commercial activity, conducted by private individuals for profit, operating in an increasingly complex economic and legal environment. The shift was especially pronounced in Ireland. The Tudor conquest of Ireland, which intensified throughout the 16th century, was fundamentally about replacing Gaelic Irish political structures with English authority. Monasteries, many of which had functioned as centers of Irish learning and culture, were particular targets. Their dissolution wasn't just about seizing wealth. It was about destroying institutions that supported resistance to English rule. But Irish chieftains saw opportunity in the chaos. As English authorities attempted to impose their will on Irish territories, traditional Irish lords sought ways to maintain economic independence and fund resistance. Whiskey production became one answer. Irish chiefs who controlled grain-producing lands could convert that grain into spirits, sell or trade those spirits, and generate revenue that flowed outside English taxation and control. Production was often hidden in remote areas, protected by clan loyalty, and integrated into existing networks of resistance. The result was that whiskey production became politicized in ways it had never been under monastic control. To produce whiskey in 16th century Ireland wasn't just an economic activity. It was potentially an act of defiance against English authority. English colonial administrators recognized this and attempted to control the trade through licensing systems, tariffs, and periodic crackdowns on illicit production. These attempts were largely futile in areas outside direct English control, but they established a pattern that would define Irish whiskey history for the next 3 centuries. Producers evading government authority, government attempting to control and tax production, and the drink itself becoming symbolically associated with Irish resistance to English rule. Scotland followed a different but parallel trajectory. The Scottish Reformation, which began in 1560, didn't involve the violent dissolution that Henry VIII imposed on England and Ireland, but it did result in the secularization of church properties and the dispersal of religious communities. More importantly for whiskey, Scotland in the 16th and 17th centuries was experiencing political fragmentation. The Scottish Crown's authority in Highland regions was weak. Clan chiefs operated with substantial autonomy, and in this environment, whiskey production flourished largely outside royal control. The Scottish Crown's response came in 1644, during the chaos of the Wars of the Three Kingdoms. The Scottish Parliament passed an Excise Act that included, for the first time, provisions for taxing and licensing distillers. The Act established that anyone producing spirits for sale needed a license from the government and had to pay duty on production. The rates were initially modest, the enforcement was weak, but the principle was established. Distillation was now officially a taxable activity subject to state control. The 1644 Act was largely unenforceable in practice. Scotland was embroiled in civil war. Government capacity was limited. Highland areas remained beyond effective royal authority. But the legal framework was in place, and successive governments would spend the next 2 centuries trying to make it work. Meanwhile, the technology of distillation was standardizing. The pot still, a simple but effective design consisting of a copper pot, a tapering neck, and a condensing coil, was becoming the standard equipment throughout Ireland and Scotland. Copper was preferred because it conducted heat efficiently, was relatively easy to work into complex shapes, and crucially, copper reacted with sulfur compounds in the distillate, removing unpleasant flavors. The chemistry wasn't understood at the time, but distillers knew empirically that copper stills produce better tasting spirits than stills made from other materials. The size and sophistication of stills varied enormously. Wealthy commercial distillers might operate large copper stills capable of processing hundreds of gallons per batch, with carefully designed condensers that maximized yield and quality. Poor rural distillers might work with crude vessels, cobbled together from scrap copper, heated over peat fires, producing spirits that were harsh and inconsistent, but drinkable enough for local consumption. Technical knowledge was spreading through apprenticeship and observation. By 1600, distilling had become a recognized trade, with masters taking on apprentices, techniques being refined and shared, and best practices emerging through accumulated experience. Key insights were being codified. Discard the heads and tails of each distillation run to avoid toxic methanol and unpleasant fusel oils. Control temperature carefully to maximize ethanol extraction. Use quality barley and clean water. Allow adequate fermentation time before distilling. But the most significant technical discovery of this period was almost certainly accidental. Aging improves spirits. Here's what probably happened. Distillers producing spirits for sale or trade needed to store their product. The obvious storage vessel was the wooden barrel, the standard container for transporting liquids in the pre-industrial world. Barrels were readily available, reused from wine, beer, or other trades. They were watertight when properly made, stackable, and rollable, making them ideal for storage and transport. So distillers filled barrels with their clear, harsh, just distilled spirits and stored them. And then, weeks, months, or years later, when they finally broached those barrels, they discovered something remarkable. The liquid had changed. It had taken on color, drawing amber and gold hues from the wood. It had mellowed, losing some of its harshness. It had gained complexity, picking up flavors from the barrel, vanilla notes from oak, sweetness from caramelized wood sugars, subtle smoke if the barrels had been charred. This discovery probably happened independently in multiple locations. It certainly wasn't planned. The chemistry of wood aging wouldn't be understood for another 3 centuries. But the empirical observation was undeniable. Stored spirits tasted better than fresh spirits. They were smoother, more complex, more pleasant to drink neat, rather than requiring dilution or flavoring to be palatable. This created a problem and an opportunity. The problem, aging required time and storage space, both of which cost money. Spirits sitting in barrels for months or years weren't generating revenue. They occupied valuable warehouse space. They lost volume through evaporation, what would later be called the angel's share, meaning less product to sell at the end. The opportunity, aged spirits could command higher prices. They were demonstrably superior products. Consumers who could afford to pay more would do so for smoother, better-tasting whiskey. This split the market. Cheap whiskey remained unaged, produced, sold, and consumed immediately. Harsh, but potent. Affordable for common laborers and rural populations. Premium whiskey began to be aged, at least for modest periods, creating a tiered market where quality and price varied significantly. This differentiation would only intensify over subsequent centuries as aging became more deliberate and prolonged. The economic role of whiskey was also transforming. In rural areas throughout Ireland and Scotland, whiskey functioned as currency. This wasn't metaphorical, it was literal. In regions where coined money was scarce, Durable goods served as mediums of exchange, and whiskey was ideal for this purpose. It was valuable, portable, divisible into standardized units, and universally desired. Rents were paid in whiskey. Workers were paid in whiskey. Debts were settled in whiskey. Trade transactions used whiskey as the unit of account. This monetary function made whiskey production economically essential to rural communities. A farmer with a still could convert his grain harvest into liquid currency, which he could then use for all his economic transactions. A landlord who accepted rent in whiskey could either consume it, trade it, or sell it to urban markets where cash prices were available. The distillation process essentially monetized agricultural surplus in regions where formal currency was limited. In 1700, whiskey was still primarily a product consumed in or near its production regions. Irish whiskey was drunk in Ireland, Scottish whiskey in Scotland. Some trade existed between these regions and England, but volumes were modest. The international whiskey trade barely existed. Rum, distilled from Caribbean sugar, was beginning to dominate transatlantic spirits markets. That was about to change. The 18th century would see whiskey become a global commodity, exported across oceans, integrated into imperial economic systems, and transformed from a local craft into an industrial product. The forces driving that transformation, capitalism, imperialism, technological innovation, and state power, were already in motion as the 17th century closed. The casual, decentralized, quasi-illicit world of early modern whiskey production was ending. What came next would be larger, more organized, more profitable, and far more violent. Government interest in whiskey was about to intensify dramatically, not as a curiosity or minor revenue source, but as a crucial element of state finance and economic policy. The battle between distillers and tax collectors, between tradition and modernization, between local autonomy and state power, was about to begin in earnest. And that battle would forge modern whiskey as we know it, an industry born not just from agricultural surplus and distillation technique, but from conflict, resistance, compromise, and the relentless logic of capital and state power working in uneasy partnership. The 18th century was the age of reason, the Enlightenment, the moment when European intellectuals decided that nature's secrets could be understood through observation, experimentation, and mathematical analysis. Scientists turned their attention to everything from planetary motion to human anatomy, and among the phenomena they investigated was one with immediate practical and economic significance: fermentation. For millennia, humans had fermented grain and fruit into alcohol without understanding what was actually happening. They knew the process worked. Add yeast to sugar-containing liquid, wait, and alcohol appears. But the mechanism remained mysterious. Dominant theories involved spontaneous generation, vital forces, or divine intervention. But in the early 1700s, scientists began studying fermentation with the tools of experimental chemistry, and the results would fundamentally reshape distilling practices. The Dutch scientist Antony van Leeuwenhoek had already observed yeast cells through his microscope in the 1680s, though he didn't understand their role in fermentation. Throughout the 18th century, chemists including Hermann Boerhaave and Antoine Lavoisier investigated the chemical changes that occurred during fermentation. They discovered that the process converted sugar into alcohol and carbon dioxide in predictable proportions. They identified alcohol, ethanol, as a distinct chemical substance with specific properties. They began mapping the temperature ranges at which fermentation occurred most effectively. This knowledge trickled slowly from academic journals into practical distilling, but by mid-century, the best distillers were applying scientific principles to improve their processes. They understood that yeast needed warmth, but not heat. Fermentation worked best between roughly 60 and 75 degrees Fahrenheit. They recognized that cleanliness mattered, since competing microorganisms could spoil fermentation or produce off flavors. They learned that the sugar content of their starting material, the wort in brewing terminology, directly determined the alcohol content of the fermented liquid, and thus the efficiency of distillation. The chemistry of distillation itself was also being systematically studied. Scientists recognized that distillation worked by exploiting different boiling points. Ethanol boils at 173 degrees Fahrenheit, water at 212 degrees. Heat a mixture to the right temperature, and ethanol vaporizes preferentially, allowing it to be captured and condensed separately. But distillers had long known that reality was more complex. The liquid emerging from a still wasn't pure ethanol. It was a mixture of many compounds, and the proportions of those compounds changed as distillation progressed. This led to the discovery and identification of congeners, the collective term for all the non-ethanol compounds present in distilled spirits. Congeners include higher alcohols, fusel oils, esters, aldehydes, and various organic acids. They form during fermentation as byproducts of yeast metabolism, and their concentrations are affected by fermentation conditions, grain type, and distillation technique. Crucially, congeners determine a spirit's flavor profile. Pure ethanol is essentially tasteless aside from its burning sensation. Everything we recognize as whiskey flavor, the fruity notes, the grainy character, the subtle complexity, comes from congeners. But congeners are also responsible for harshness and hangovers. The art of distillation became, in part, the art of managing congeners, retaining enough to give the spirit character while eliminating those that produce unpleasant effects. Distillers learned through experience and increasingly through deliberate experimentation that the heads, the first portion of distillate, contained high concentrations of acetone and methanol, toxic compounds that could cause blindness or death in sufficient quantities. The tails, the final portion, contained heavy fusel oils that produced unpleasant flavors and severe hangovers. The hearts, the middle portion, contained the ideal balance, enough congeners for flavor, not so many as to cause problems. Temperature control was the key variable. Distillers discovered that slow, careful distillation at lower temperatures produced spirits with more desirable congener profiles than rapid, high-temperature distillation. The problem was practical. Precise temperature control required constant attention and experience. The distiller had to judge temperature by observing vapor behavior, feeling the still's heat, and tasting the emerging distillate. This made distilling as much craft as science, knowledge that couldn't be fully codified but had to be learned through years of practice. The question of what to distill, which grains to use, was also being explored systematically. Barley remained dominant in Ireland and Scotland for practical reasons. It grew well in their climates, and the malting process, sprouting barley to convert starches into fermentable sugars, was well understood. But distillers experimented with other grains, each producing spirits with distinct characteristics. Rye, which had become the dominant grain in Pennsylvania and Maryland as German and Scots-Irish immigrants established distilleries there, produced spirits with a spicy, robust character. Rye whiskey was drier and more assertive than barley-based whiskey, with flavors that some found harsh, but others prized for cocktails and strong drinks. Wheat, less common but used particularly in Ireland, produced softer, gentler spirits with a slightly sweet character. Wheat whiskey was smooth, but sometimes perceived as lacking complexity. Corn, which would eventually dominate American whiskey production, was just beginning to be explored seriously in the 18th century. Corn grew abundantly in the American colonies, but was initially considered inferior for distilling. It produced sweeter spirits than other grains with less complexity, though this would later be considered a virtue rather than a flaw. The transformation of corn whiskey from frontier moonshine to premium bourbon was still decades away. The most significant technical discovery of the century, however, related to aging. Distillers had observed that spirits stored in wooden barrels improved with time, but they were beginning to understand why and how to optimize the process. The wood itself was crucial. Oak was superior to other woods because it was both strong enough to hold liquid securely and porous enough to allow gradual air exchange. This exchange was essential. It allowed oxidation reactions that mellowed harsh alcohol and developed complex flavors. The wood also leached compounds into the spirit, tannins that added astringency and structure, lignin breakdown products that contributed vanilla notes, and various wood sugars that caramelized during barrel charring and then dissolved into the aging spirit. Charring the interior of barrels, either deliberately or as an incidental result of barrel-making techniques, dramatically accelerated and enhanced these effects. Charred wood created a layer of activated carbon that filtered impurities while also caramelizing wood sugars into compounds that gave spirits their characteristic amber color and sweet, toasty flavors. Distillers began charring barrels intentionally, recognizing that heavier charring produced more dramatic effects, though at the cost of losing more spirit to wood absorption. Climate affected aging speed. In warmer environments, spirits aged faster because higher temperatures accelerated chemical reactions and increased the exchange of liquid into and out of wood pores. Scottish distillers aging whiskey in cold, damp warehouses discovered their spirits needed years or even decades to develop fully. Colonial American distillers in Virginia or Kentucky found their spirits matured much faster in hot summers, though they also lost more volume to evaporation. The divergence between Scottish and Irish whiskey styles was crystallizing during this period, driven by both technical choices and emerging market preferences. Irish distillers predominantly practiced triple distillation. running the spirit through the still 3 times. This produced a lighter, smoother spirit with fewer congeners. It required more time and fuel, reducing yield and increasing costs. But Irish distillers argued the result was superior, cleaner, more refined, easier to drink neat. Scottish distillers generally practiced double distillation, 2 runs through the still. This preserved more congeners, producing spirits with more robust flavor profiles. Smokier, especially when peat-dried malt was used. More complex, sometimes harsher, but also more characterful. The Scottish approach was more efficient, producing more whiskey from the same amount of grain, and Scottish distillers defended it as creating a more authentic, full-flavored spirit. These stylistic differences weren't absolute. There were Irish distillers who used double distillation and Scottish distillers who preferred triple, but they became associated with national identities. Irish whiskey was smooth and refined. Scottish whiskey was bold and complex. These characterizations would shape marketing and consumer preferences for centuries. All of this technical development was occurring against a backdrop of escalating political and economic conflict between distillers and government. The 1707 Act of Union, which merged the Scottish and English parliaments, brought Scotland fully under English taxation systems. The English malt tax, which had existed in England since 1697, was extended to Scotland in 1725, provoking riots in Edinburgh and Glasgow. The tax fundamentally altered the economics of distilling. Previously, a distiller's costs were grain, equipment, labor, and fuel. Now, a substantial portion of every barrel's value had to be surrendered to tax collectors. Legal distillers who paid the tax found themselves unable to compete on price with illegal distillers who didn't. Consumers faced a choice: pay significantly more for legal spirits or buy cheaper illicit whiskey and risk legal consequences if caught. The predictable result was an explosion of illicit distilling. Highland Scotland became notorious for unlicensed stills hidden in remote glens, producing whiskey that was smuggled to urban markets in Edinburgh, Glasgow, and across the border into England. The risks were significant: confiscation of equipment, fines, even imprisonment. But the profits were sufficient that thousands of Scots took those risks. Ireland faced similar dynamics. English authorities imposed excise taxes on Irish spirits as part of their broader colonial economic policy. Irish distillers, many already operating outside English legal frameworks due to political resistance, simply ignored the taxes. Illicit distilling became woven into rural Irish life, protected by communities that viewed tax collectors as foreign oppressors and smugglers as local heroes. By 1800, whiskey production existed in 2 parallel worlds. There was the legal industry, licensed distilleries, primarily in cities or areas with strong government presence, operating sophisticated equipment, producing premium spirits, and paying substantial taxes. And there was the illicit industry. Thousands of small producers scattered across remote regions, using portable stills, evading taxes, and supplying the majority of actual consumption. The 19th century would see these 2 worlds collide in ways that would transform whiskey into a modern industrial product. Technological innovations would enable mass production at scales that dwarfed 18th century operations. Governments would develop enforcement mechanisms that finally brought most production under legal control. And whiskey would begin its transformation into a global commodity, exported from Scotland, Ireland, and increasingly from America to markets worldwide. But the foundation was laid in the Enlightenment century, the scientific understanding that turned folkcraft into applied chemistry, and the regulatory systems that turned local drink into taxable commodity. What came next was industrialization, consolidation, and the birth of whiskey as we know it today, a product of factories rather than farmhouses, of corporations rather than craftsmen, of global markets rather than local exchange. In 1830, an Irish excise officer named Aeneas Coffey patented a device that would change whiskey forever. It wasn't an improvement on the traditional pot still. It was a completely different approach to distillation, and it solved a problem that had plagued distillers for millennia: batch production. Every pot still operates in batches. You fill it with fermented liquid, heat it, collect the distillate, clean it out, and start again. Each batch takes hours. The process is labor-intensive, fuel-intensive, and fundamentally limited in scale. You can build bigger pot stills, but there are practical limits to how large a copper vessel can be while still allowing adequate heat control and structural integrity. Coffey's invention, the continuous still, also called the column still or patent still, eliminated batch processing entirely. It consisted of two tall columns, each filled with perforated plates. Fermented liquid entered the top of one column, while steam entered the bottom. As the liquid descended through the plates, it met rising steam, which stripped alcohol vapor from the liquid continuously. The vapor then passed into the second column, where it was condensed and collected. Meanwhile, new liquid continuously entered the system and spent liquid continuously drained out the bottom. The result was revolutionary. A continuous still could operate 24 hours a day, producing spirits in industrial quantities without stopping. It was far more fuel efficient than pot stills, since the heat from condensing vapor preheated incoming liquid. It could achieve higher alcohol concentrations, up to 95% alcohol by volume, in a single pass, whereas pot stills required multiple distillations to reach even 70%. And it required less skilled labor, since the process was largely self-regulating once set up correctly. The spirits produced, however, were fundamentally different from pot still whiskey. The continuous still's efficiency was so complete that it stripped out nearly all congeners, producing an almost neutral spirit with minimal flavor. This was ideal for creating vodka or industrial alcohol. For whiskey, it created a problem. The spirit lacked character. It was clean, smooth, and utterly bland. This sparked one of the great debates in whiskey history: grain whiskey versus malt whiskey. Traditional pot still whiskey, made from malted barley, retained substantial congeners and had pronounced flavor: smoky, rich, complex. The new continuous still could process any grain efficiently, but the resulting grain whiskey was so light and neutral, it barely seemed like whiskey at all. The Scottish industry split along these lines. Traditional Highland distilleries continued using pot stills and malt, producing what came to be called single malt whiskey, the product of one distillery, distilled in pot stills from malted barley. But a new breed of distillers, primarily in the lowlands and in industrial cities like Glasgow, built large, continuous still, and began producing grain whiskey at scales that dwarfed traditional production. The economic logic was overwhelming. A single continuous still could produce more whiskey in a day than a traditional pot still distillery could produce in a month. The capital costs were higher. Continuous stills were expensive, complex machines, but the per-unit production cost was dramatically lower. For investors looking to profit from growing consumer demand, the choice was obvious. But there was a problem. Nobody particularly wanted to drink grain whiskey neat. It was too bland, too neutral, lacking the character that consumers expected from whiskey. The solution, developed through experimentation in the 1850s and 1860s, was blending. Combine a small amount of flavorful pot, still malt whiskey with a large amount of neutral grain whiskey, age the mixture in oak barrels, and the result was something new: blended whiskey. It had enough malt character to taste like whiskey, but was smooth enough to appeal to consumers who found pure malt too harsh. And it could be produced at enormous scale and sold at prices that made whiskey accessible to working-class consumers. This was the true genius of industrial whiskey, not replacing craft production, but creating a hybrid that combined craft flavor with industrial efficiency. A blended whiskey might contain only 30% malt whiskey and 70% grain whiskey, meaning one traditional pot still distillery could flavor the output of several continuous stills. The economics were transformative. The Industrial Revolution enabled this transformation in multiple ways beyond just still technology. Railroad expansion, which accelerated dramatically from the 1830s onward, solved the distribution problem that had always constrained whiskey trade. Previously, whiskey traveled by horse cart or ship, slow, expensive, limited to established trade routes. Railroads could move barrels rapidly across entire countries, connecting remote distilleries to urban markets efficiently. Scottish whiskey, which had been consumed primarily in Scotland with limited export, suddenly had access to English markets, continental European markets, and eventually global markets. Distilleries that had produced a few hundred barrels annually could now contemplate producing thousands, knowing they could get their product to consumers. Urban working classes represented the new consumer base. The Industrial Revolution created massive urban populations. Factory workers, dock laborers, miners, construction workers, who had regular cash wages and sought affordable recreation after grueling workdays. Whiskey fit perfectly. It was cheap enough for working-class budgets, potent enough to provide quick intoxication, and available in urban pubs that served as social centers. This market drove demand to unprecedented levels. In Britain, per capita alcohol consumption reached historical peaks in the mid-19th century, with whiskey increasingly displacing beer and gin. The social consequences, alcoholism, domestic violence, poverty exacerbated by drinking, would eventually spark the temperance movement. But in the early Industrial Revolution, whiskey consumption was understood primarily as a normal part of working-class life. Scottish distilleries responded by consolidating and expanding. Small, traditional distilleries either modernized, were bought by larger competitors, or went out of business. The industry concentrated in hands of companies that could afford the capital investment in continuous stills, large-scale facilities, and distribution networks. Firms like Johnnie Walker, Dewar's, and Haig became national brands, producing standardized products in enormous quantities. Standardization itself was a crucial innovation. Pre-industrial whiskey varied dramatically in quality and character, even from the same producer. Industrial production enabled quality control, consistent grain sources, precise fermentation and distillation parameters, controlled aging environments. Consumers buying a bottle of Johnnie Walker in Glasgow or London could expect it to taste the same as the last bottle they'd bought. A revolutionary concept in a market that had previously offered wildly inconsistent products. Across the Atlantic, a parallel transformation was occurring. American whiskey had existed since colonial times, but the 19th century saw it develop distinctive characteristics and industrial scale. Geography shaped American whiskey fundamentally. The dominant grain was corn, not barley. Corn grew abundantly in the American interior, Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and early settlers discovered it could be distilled successfully, though the resulting spirit was different from Scotch or Irish whiskey. Corn whiskey was sweeter, less complex, sometimes described as rougher, though this partly reflected primitive production techniques rather than the grain itself. The crucial region was Kentucky, particularly the area around Bourbon County. Settlers, many of Scots-Irish descent, brought distilling knowledge from Ireland and Scotland, but adapted it to local conditions. They had corn instead of barley. They had abundant oak forests, providing cheap barrel wood. They had limestone filtered water, which was exceptionally pure, and, crucially, low in iron. Iron could cause off flavors in fermentation. The defining characteristic of bourbon, whiskey made primarily from corn and aged in new charred oak barrels, emerged through a combination of available resources, experimentation, and happy accidents. The exact origin of charring barrels remains contested, with several competing stories. One account suggests barrels were charred deliberately to remove previous contents' flavors when barrels were being reused. Another claims a fire damaged barrels in storage, and distillers discovered the charred barrels produced superior whiskey. A third suggests shipping whiskey in barrels down the Ohio and Mississippi rivers to New Orleans, a journey taking weeks or months, allowed the spirits to age and develop character, and that barrel charring enhanced this process. What's certain is that by the 1820s, Kentucky distillers were charring barrels intentionally and recognizing that corn whiskey aged in charred barrels developed distinctive characteristics: deep amber color, pronounced sweetness, vanilla and caramel notes from caramelized wood sugars, and a smoother overall character than unaged corn whiskey. The requirement to use new charred barrels, which would eventually become legally mandated for bourbon, emerged from this practice. American distilling benefited from the same industrial technologies transforming Scottish production. Continuous stills appeared in American distilleries by the 1840s. Railroad expansion, particularly after the Civil War, connected Kentucky and Tennessee distilleries to markets throughout the expanding nation. And standardization allowed American whiskey brands to develop national recognition. But American whiskey faced unique challenges. The temperance movement, which emerged strongly in America in the 1820s and 1830s, targeted whiskey specifically as a social evil. The movement was particularly strong among Protestant religious groups and middle-class reformers who viewed working-class drinking as both a sin and a social pathology. Temperance advocates lobbied for restrictions on whiskey sales, local prohibition laws, and eventually national prohibition. By 1860, modern whiskey existed in essentially its contemporary form: industrial product, globally traded, mass-marketed, standardized in quality, and consumed by millions. What came next, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, would be further refinement and expansion of this model, until the entire system collapsed in the catastrophe of prohibition. But that collapse was still decades away. For now, in the mid-19th century, whiskey was triumphant, a product of human ingenuity, industrial capacity, and capitalist logic, transformed from rural craft into global commodity, accessible to more people than ever before in history. The late 19th century witnessed whiskey's transformation from regional craft to global commodity. What began as catastrophe for European wine, the phylloxera epidemic that devastated French vineyards, became unprecedented opportunity for whiskey producers. As brandy supplies collapsed, spirits drinkers worldwide turned to whiskey, fueling explosive growth in Scotland, Ireland, and America. Scottish distillers created blended whiskey, smoother and more consistent than single malts, perfect for mass markets and international tastes. American whiskey entered its golden age, with bourbon and rye establishing Kentucky's dominance and iconic brands emerging. Yet, even as whiskey reached its commercial zenith, advertised aggressively, consumed widely, exported globally, forces were gathering that would nearly destroy the industry. The temperance movement, once dismissed as fringe moralism, gained political power throughout the English-speaking world, setting the stage for the most dramatic crisis in whiskey's history: phylloxera's unexpected gift. In the 1860s, a microscopic insect arrived in Europe from North America and nearly destroyed European viticulture. Phylloxera vastatrix, a root louse that attacked grapevines, spread across France with devastating speed. Vineyards that had produced wine for centuries withered and died. By the 1880s, much of France's wine and brandy production had collapsed. Cognac, the world's premium spirit, became scarce and expensive. For whiskey producers, phylloxera represented opportunity rather than tragedy. Global spirits markets needed replacement for unavailable brandy, and whiskey filled that void. Scotch whiskey, previously consumed primarily in Britain, suddenly found international demand. English gentlemen who had drunk brandy switched to whiskey. Colonial administrators throughout the British Empire ordered cases of Scotch. American consumers, facing expensive or adulterated brandy, turned to domestic whiskey. The timing couldn't have been better for Scottish distillers. The 1860 Spirits Act had relaxed restrictions on blending and marketing, allowing entrepreneurs to create new styles and build brands. Transportation infrastructure, railways and steamships, enabled efficient distribution. Growing middle classes in Britain, America, and the colonies provided expanding markets. Phylloxera's devastation accelerated trends already underway, transforming whiskey from local beverage to global commodity. The blending revolution. Scotland's response to this opportunity was blended whiskey, a product that would define Scotch for the next century and demonstrate the power of consistency and marketing over traditional craft. Single malt whiskey, made at individual distilleries from malted barley, varied significantly between producers and even between batches from the same distillery. This variability reflected whiskey's agricultural and artisanal nature, but challenged large-scale commercial ambitions. Blenders realized they could combine whiskies from multiple distilleries, mixing malt and grain whiskies in specific proportions to create consistent, reproducible products that could be produced at scale and marketed as brands. Andrew Usher is often credited with popularizing blended whiskey in the 1860s, but the true explosion came with entrepreneurs like Johnnie Walker, James Buchanan, and the Dewar brothers. These men weren't primarily distillers, but merchants and marketers who understood that building global brands required consistency, quality control, and sophisticated advertising. Blended whiskey offered several advantages over single malts. It was smoother with harsher elements from individual whiskies, balanced out by careful blending. It was more consistent, with master blenders ensuring each batch matched the brand's profile. It could be produced in larger quantities, meeting growing demand. And it was often more profitable, using less expensive grain whiskey to stretch supplies of more costly malt whiskey. Critics, then and now, argued that blending represented decline from whiskey's authentic artisanal roots. Single malt distillers complained that their distinctive products were being diluted into commercial uniformity. Traditional whiskey drinkers lamented the loss of regional character and individual distillery identity. Yet blended whiskey succeeded precisely because it was more accessible. Single malt's intensity and variability could challenge uninitiated drinkers. Blends were designed for broad appeal, smooth enough for cocktails, consistent enough for regular consumption, refined enough for gentlemen's clubs. The market spoke clearly. Blended whiskey became Scotland's dominant export and the face of Scotch worldwide. Scottish brand building. The late Victorian era saw the creation of whiskey brands that remain household names today. These weren't just products, but carefully constructed identities, each with distinct personality and target market. Johnnie Walker, founded by John Walker and expanded dramatically by his descendants, became perhaps the most successful whiskey brand ever created. The distinctive square bottle, designed to prevent breakage during shipping, and the Striding Man logo, introduced in 1908, made it instantly recognizable. Johnnie Walker's success rested on consistent quality, aggressive marketing, and a range of expressions. Red label for everyday drinking, black label for special occasions, that allowed consumers to trade up within the brand. Dewar's, built by the entrepreneurial Dewar brothers, pioneered many modern marketing techniques. Tommy Dewar traveled the world promoting the brand, understanding that international success required not just exporting whiskey, but creating demand through personal relationships and cultural presence. Dewar's became associated with sophistication and modernity, marketed not just as beverage, but as lifestyle choice. James Buchanan's Black and White, Teachers, Chivas Regal, and others similarly created distinct brand identities. Each emphasized different qualities: heritage, consistency, prestige, value, targeting specific market segments. This proliferation of brands transformed whiskey from commodity into differentiated consumer products, each with loyal followings. Marketing became increasingly sophisticated. Whiskey advertisements appeared in magazines and newspapers. Brand representatives visited hotels, restaurants, and gentlemen's clubs. Sponsorships and celebrity endorsements built prestige. The goal was no longer simply selling whiskey, but building brands with lasting value, emotional connections that transcended the liquid in the bottle. This commercialization succeeded spectacularly. By 1900, Scotch whisky was Britain's most valuable export after textiles. Scottish blenders had created a global industry from what had been, just decades earlier, a rough spirit consumed primarily by Scots and Irish immigrants. American whiskey's golden age. While Scotland dominated international markets, America experienced its own whiskey golden age. The post-Civil War period through the early 20th century saw bourbon and rye whiskey establish themselves as distinctively American spirits, with Kentucky emerging as the undisputed center of bourbon production. The reasons for Kentucky's dominance were multiple. The state's limestone-filtered water, ideal for distilling, gave Kentucky whiskey distinctive character. Its climate, hot summers and cold winters, accelerated barrel aging, developing flavor more quickly than in cooler regions. Its agricultural abundance provided ample corn and rye, and its location on major rivers enabled efficient distribution. Large distilleries emerged, producing whiskey at unprecedented scale. The Beam family, the Wathen family, later Old Granddad, and others built operations that combined craft knowledge with industrial efficiency. Unlike Scotland's blending houses, American distillers generally produced and sold their own whiskey under proprietary names, though some rectifiers blended and marketed whiskey from multiple sources. American whiskey styles diversified. Bourbon, made primarily from corn and aged in new charred oak barrels, developed Kentucky's signature sweet, full-bodied character. Rye whiskey, with its spicier, drier profile, remained popular, especially in the Northeast. Tennessee whiskey, filtered through maple charcoal before aging, established its own distinct identity. Regional preferences and production methods created genuine diversity within American whiskey. The saloon became American whiskey's primary retail venue. From frontier mining camps to urban neighborhoods, saloons served as male social spaces where whiskey flowed freely. Saloon culture had its dark sides: alcoholism, violence, political corruption, but also provided working-class community and leisure. The image of the Old West saloon, with its swinging doors and whiskey bottles behind the bar, became iconic in American mythology. Bottled in bond, consumer protection pioneer. The late 19th century also brought serious concerns about whiskey quality and authenticity. Rectifiers, who purchased raw whiskey, blended it, and sometimes adulterated it with coloring, flavoring, and neutral spirits, produced much of what was sold as whiskey. Consumers had little way to know what they were actually drinking. In response, some Kentucky distillers advocated for quality standards that would protect both consumers and their own reputations. The result was the Bottled in Bond Act of 1897, signed by President Grover Cleveland, remarkably the first consumer protection law in United States history. The act established strict requirements for whiskey labeled bottled in bond. It must be the product of one distillation season at one distillery. It must be aged at least 4 years in a federally bonded warehouse under government supervision. It must be bottled at exactly 100 proof, 50% alcohol by volume. And it must clearly identify the distillery and the bottling date. These requirements guaranteed authenticity and quality. Consumers buying bonded whiskey knew they were getting genuine aged whiskey, not rectified spirit, and that the government had monitored its production and aging. The distinctive green stamp on bonded bottles became a mark of quality and trust. The Bottled in Bond Act represented progressive era faith in government regulation to protect consumers from corporate malfeasance. It also demonstrated that quality-focused producers could use regulation to differentiate their products and combat competitors who cut corners. The Act's legacy extended far beyond whiskey. It established precedents for food and drug regulation that would expand dramatically in subsequent decades. The early 20th century brought whiskey's greatest crisis, not from market failure or natural disaster, but from a deliberate political decision to eliminate alcohol from American life. The temperance movement, building momentum for decades, finally achieved its goal with the 18th Amendment's ratification in 1919 and the Volstead Act's enforcement beginning in 1920. What followed was one of history's most spectacular examples of unintended consequences. Legal distilleries shuttered overnight, eliminating a major American industry. Yet drinking didn't stop. It moved underground, creating a vast criminal enterprise that made fortunes for bootleggers and gangsters while poisoning countless consumers with adulterated spirits. Scottish distilleries survived by exporting elsewhere. Canadian distillers profited enormously from smuggling into the United States. Irish whiskey, already struggling, faced catastrophic collapse as its largest market vanished and Irish independence complicated production and trade. Prohibition reshaped the whiskey world permanently, its effects reverberating long after repeal in 1933. The noble experiment to eliminate alcohol's social harms instead created a criminal empire, undermined respect for law, and devastated a legitimate industry. The path to prohibition. The temperance movement's transformation from moral crusade to political powerhouse took generations, but by the early 20th century, momentum had become irresistible. What had once seemed like fringe extremism now commanded mainstream support and political influence. The movement's arguments combined genuine concern about social problems with moral absolutism and, often, ethnic and class prejudice. Temperance advocates pointed to real harm: alcoholism destroying families, domestic violence fueled by drinking, wages drunk away while children went hungry, industrial accidents caused by intoxicated workers. These weren't fabrications. Alcohol did contribute to genuine suffering, particularly in working-class communities with few social safety nets. Medical arguments, mixing real science with exaggeration, bolstered the case. Doctors documented cirrhosis, delirium tremens, and other alcohol-related diseases. Prohibitionists amplified these findings, portraying alcohol as poison that inevitably led to physical and moral degradation. While extreme, these claims resonated with progressive-era faith in scientific expertise and social engineering. The movement's political success reflected sophisticated organizing. The Anti-Saloon League, founded in 1893, became one of America's most effective pressure groups, wielding influence through disciplined voter mobilization and single-issue focus. It didn't need majority support, just enough votes in enough districts to make politicians fear opposing prohibition. Women's suffrage strengthened temperance politically. Women, newly enfranchised in many states before the 19th Amendment's 1920 ratification, often supported prohibition as protection against male violence and irresponsibility. The Women's Christian Temperance Union framed drinking as women's issue, with elimination of alcohol necessary for family welfare and women's safety. World War I provided the final push. Wartime context made prohibition seem patriotic. Grain for food rather than drink, sobriety for industrial efficiency, sacrifice for victory. German-American brewers and distillers could be portrayed as unpatriotic enemies. The 18th Amendment passed Congress in 1917 with overwhelming support and achieved ratification by January 1919 with surprising speed. The Great Closure. When the Volstead Act took effect on January 17, 1920, American whiskey production essentially ceased overnight. Distilleries that had operated for generations shut down. Workers lost jobs. Equipment idled. Warehouses full of aging whiskey sat under government seal, their contents forbidden, but not destroyed. The immediate economic impact was severe. Kentucky and Tennessee, where bourbon production concentrated, saw thousands of jobs eliminated. Related industries, cooperage, bottling, distribution, collapsed. Tax revenue from whiskey, previously substantial, disappeared. Communities built around distilleries faced depression-level unemployment. A few legal loopholes existed. Medicinal whiskey remained legal with doctors' prescription, and the government released limited quantities from sealed warehouses to pharmacies. This medicinal exemption became farcical. Doctors suddenly diagnosed millions of patients as needing whiskey. Pharmacies stocked more spirits than medicines, and prescriptions sold openly. 6 million medicinal whiskey prescriptions were issued in the first year of Prohibition alone. The government had prohibited drinking while creating a legal pathway that everyone understood was pretense. Some whiskey was also permitted for industrial and scientific purposes, and for sacramental wine production. These exceptions created black market opportunities as nominally legal alcohol was diverted to illegal consumption. A handful of distilleries remained operational under government supervision to produce medicinal whiskey. These operations, operating at fraction of previous capacity, kept minimal knowledge and infrastructure alive. But the great majority of America's whiskey industry simply ceased to exist legally. The bootlegging empire prohibition didn't eliminate drinking. It criminalized it, and criminalization created unprecedented opportunities for organized crime. Bootlegging whiskey became one of America's largest illegal industries, generating fortunes for those willing to break the law and capable of doing so at scale. The US-Canada border became smuggling highway. Canadian distilleries, operating legally and experiencing boom times, produced whiskey ostensibly for Canadian consumption, but actually destined for American speakeasies. Smugglers moved whiskey across the Detroit River, across the Great Lakes, down the Atlantic coast. Some operations were small-scale, individuals carrying bottles across in cars or boats. Others were industrial, fleets of ships, networks of trucks, sophisticated distribution systems. Canadian distillers maintained plausible deniability. They were legally producing and selling whiskey in Canada. What happened after sale wasn't their responsibility. But everyone understood the reality. Brands like Canadian Club and Seagram's experienced explosive growth during Prohibition. Profits built substantially on American smuggling. Sam Bronfman's Seagram empire, which would dominate spirits globally for decades, was built on Prohibition-era bootlegging. Domestic bootlegging flourished too. Moonshiners in Appalachia and other rural areas, who had always operated outside legal systems, simply expanded production. Urban bootleggers set up stills in basements and warehouses. Some operations were crude, others surprisingly sophisticated, producing thousands of gallons weekly. Organized crime syndicates quickly dominated the trade. Figures like Al Capone in Chicago, Lucky Luciano in New York, and others built empires on bootlegging. They controlled production, distribution, and retail through violence and corruption. Prohibition created the modern American mafia, well-funded, nationally organized, and integrated into legitimate business and politics. The violence was staggering. Competing bootleggers fought turf wars. Police and agents died in raids. Informants were murdered. The St. Valentine's Day Massacre in 1929, where Capone's gang killed 7 rivals, symbolized Prohibition's bloody reality. The noble experiment to reduce social harm instead created unprecedented violence. Speakeasies and underground culture. With saloons closed, drinking moved to speakeasies, illegal bars that ranged from elegant clubs to squalid basements. The term came from the need to speak quietly about their existence to avoid police attention. By some estimates, New York City alone had 30,000 speakeasies during Prohibition, more than twice the number of legal saloons before 1920. Speakeasy culture was complex and contradictory. Some establishments were genuinely dangerous, controlled by gangs, serving poisonous liquor, venues for violence and vice. Others were sophisticated social spaces, attracting artists, intellectuals, and socialites. The Cotton Club in Harlem, the 21 Club in Manhattan, and similar venues became legendary for their music, clientele, and quality drinks. Prohibition inadvertently made drinking more socially acceptable for women and middle-class Americans. The saloon had been male working-class space. Speakeasies were mixed-gender and crossed class lines. Defying prohibition became fashionable, even glamorous. The flapper culture of the 1920s embraced drinking as symbol of modernity and liberation from Victorian morality. This democratization of drinking culture represented, perhaps, Prohibition's greatest irony. The movement had portrayed saloons as male vice dens from which respectable women and middle-class families needed protection. Yet by forcing drinking underground, Prohibition created spaces where social mixing occurred more freely than in legal saloons. The poison problem. Prohibition's most tragic consequence was poisonous alcohol. With legal production eliminated, consumers had no way to verify what they were drinking. The results were catastrophic. Some bootleggers cut their product with industrial alcohol, adding water and flavoring to stretch supplies. Others sold industrial alcohol directly as beverage, despite its methanol content. Wood alcohol, denatured alcohol, and other industrial spirits poisoned thousands. The government itself contributed to deaths by requiring industrial alcohol be denatured with poisonous additives to prevent drinking, a policy that killed an estimated 10,000 people during Prohibition. Fake whiskey proliferated. Bootleggers mixed grain alcohol with coloring, flavoring, and sometimes prune juice or other additives to simulate whiskey. Quality ranged from merely bad to deadly. Consumers had no recourse. You couldn't sue illegal bootleggers for product defects, and reporting poisoning meant admitting illegal drinking. Medical emergencies from alcohol poisoning overwhelmed hospitals. Blindness, paralysis, and death resulted from methanol consumption. Even good bootleg whiskey was often harsh and poorly made, produced rapidly without proper aging. The golden age of American whiskey, with aged bourbon and rye carefully crafted over years, was replaced by whatever could be made quickly and sold profitably. This quality collapse had lasting effects. A generation of Americans grew up drinking bad whiskey or avoiding it entirely. Taste preferences shifted toward lighter spirits, gin, vodka, that were easier to produce illegally and mask with mixers. The sophisticated American whiskey palate, developed before Prohibition, largely disappeared. Scottish survival. While American distillers shut down and Irish whiskey faced crisis, Scottish distillers survived Prohibition relatively intact, and some even thrived. Scotland's advantage was geography. Prohibition was American law, not global policy. Scottish distillers could continue producing whiskey legally, exporting to markets worldwide. Some export went to Canada, the Caribbean, and other locations where it was legally sold, but often found its way into United States illegally. The French islands of Saint-Pierre and Miquelon, off Canada's Atlantic coast, became whiskey transshipment points. Tiny islands with massive whiskey imports that could only be destined for American smuggling. Scottish distillers maintained plausible deniability about their whiskey's ultimate destination. Much like their Canadian counterparts, they were legally producing and exporting. What happened afterward wasn't their concern. The reality was that significant Scottish whisky volumes reached American speakeasies through various smuggling routes. Not all Scottish distillers survived Prohibition unscathed. Loss of legal American market hurt, and economic depression in Britain during the 1920s reduced domestic consumption. Some distilleries closed or consolidated, but the industry's survival through Prohibition positioned Scotland to dominate global whisky markets after repeal. When American whisky faced years of rebuilding, on December 5, 1933, the 21st Amendment officially repealed Prohibition, ending 13 years of legally mandated temperance. Celebrations erupted across America as bars reopened and legal alcohol flowed again. Yet for the whiskey industry, repeal brought not restoration, but reckoning. The industry lay in ruins, distilleries closed or derelict, equipment obsolete or destroyed, skilled craftsmen dead or retired, warehouses depleted of aging stock. More fundamentally, American drinking culture had transformed. The generation that came of age during Prohibition associated whiskey with criminality and poisonous bootleg. Tastes had shifted toward lighter spirits that required no aging and mixed easily. Scottish distilleries, having survived Prohibition intact, dominated the recovering market. Irish whiskey barely clung to survival. American whiskey faced not simply rebuilding, but reinventing itself for a world that had moved on. Then World War II disrupted recovery again, forcing distilleries to produce industrial alcohol for the war effort. The industry survived, technically, but emerged from this period diminished, transformed, and struggling to find relevance in a culture that no longer automatically embraced whiskey as America's spirit. The ruins of repeal. When Prohibition ended, the scope of destruction became apparent. Of the hundreds of distilleries operating before 1920, only a handful had maintained even nominal existence through the medicinal whiskey loophole. Most had closed permanently, their equipment sold for scrap, their buildings abandoned or converted to other uses. The infrastructure of American whiskey production, not just physical facilities, but accumulated knowledge and relationships, had been largely destroyed. The few distilleries that had survived under government supervision to produce medicinal whiskey had slight advantage. Operations like Frankfurt Distillery, Old Forester, Shenley, and a few others in Kentucky could restart more quickly, but they faced enormous challenges. Equipment that had sat idle for over a decade needed repair or replacement. Warehouses that had held aging stock were largely empty. The government had released limited quantities during Prohibition, and much had been consumed or sold off. Most critically, the knowledge base had eroded catastrophically. Distilling was craft requiring experience and judgment. Master distillers had to understand grain quality, fermentation timing, still operation, barrel selection, aging conditions, skills developed over careers. Many experienced distillers had died during Prohibition or retired. Those who remained were aging. The generation that should have been learning the craft during the 1920s had no opportunity to do so. The knowledge transfer that had sustained American whiskey for generations had been interrupted, creating gaps that would take years to fill. Starting production from scratch meant years before properly aged whiskey would be available. Bourbon typically aged at least 4 years, often longer. Distilleries rushing to meet demand in 1934 wouldn't have mature product until 1938 at earliest. Some tried to shortcut the process through artificial aging techniques or by selling younger whiskey, but results generally disappointed consumers accustomed to pre-prohibition quality. The changed American palate. Even more challenging than physical and knowledge reconstruction was the transformed American market. The generation that came of age during Prohibition had different drinking patterns and preferences than their parents. Many had never tasted legal, quality whiskey. Their introduction to spirits had been bootleg liquor, harsh, poorly made, dangerous, or lighter spirits like gin that were easier to produce illegally and mix into cocktails. Gin had become enormously popular during Prohibition. It was relatively simple to make, no aging required, and worked well in mixed drinks that masked inferior quality. The cocktail culture that flourished in speakeasies favored spirits that blended with mixers rather than being consumed neat or with water as whiskey traditionally was. These preferences persisted after repeal. Vodka, barely present in American markets before Prohibition, began its rise to dominance. Clear, neutral spirits, without distinctive flavor, had several advantages in the post-Prohibition market. They required no aging. They mixed with anything. They carried no associations with bootlegging's dangers. For consumers who wanted alcohol's effects without acquired taste for whiskey's complexity, vodka offered perfect solution. The market for brown spirits that did emerge favored lighter styles. Blended whiskey, mixing straight whiskey with neutral grain spirits, produced lighter, smoother drinks that required less aging and appealed to palates unaccustomed to full-bodied bourbon or rye. These blends were also more profitable, stretching limited supplies of aged whiskey with cheaper neutral spirits. Younger Americans also associated whiskey with criminality and social problems that had justified Prohibition. Drinking whiskey carried stigma that lighter spirits somehow avoided. This perception, though irrational, shaped purchasing decisions. Marketing whiskey required not just promoting specific brands, but rehabilitating whiskey's entire image. Scottish dominance. While American distillers struggled to restart, Scottish whiskey producers, who had survived Prohibition intact, seized the American market. Brands like Johnnie Walker, Dewar's, Chivas Regal, and others had maintained production and quality throughout the 1920s. They had mature stock available immediately. They had established brand identities. They had distribution networks ready to activate. Scottish blended whiskey particularly suited post-Prohibition American tastes. Smooth, consistent, and more accessible than single malts or full-bodied bourbon. Blends appealed to the lighter preferences that had developed during Prohibition. Scotch became associated with sophistication and prosperity. Drinking imported whiskey signaled success and refinement. The marketing advantage was substantial. Scottish producers could present their whiskies as authentic, time-honored products from distilleries operating for generations. American distillers, restarting after 13-year interruption, couldn't make the same claims. Scottish whisky's association with Britain, America's wartime ally, also helped, particularly as World War II approached and began. By the late 1930s, Scotch whisky commanded significant American market share. This dominance would persist for decades. American whisky had lost its home market advantage and would spend generations attempting to reclaim it. Irish whisky's continued decline. Irish whisky, already struggling before and during Prohibition, fared even worse after repeal. The industry had lost its largest export market in 1920 and couldn't regain it in the 1930s. Irish distillers faced competition from established Scotch brands and recovering American production. Their traditional pot-still whisky seemed old-fashioned compared to smoother blended alternatives. Irish political and economic challenges compounded the crisis. The Irish Free State's difficult relationship with Britain limited access to Commonwealth markets. The economic war between Ireland and Britain in the 1930s created trade barriers. Irish whisky couldn't access the markets that might have sustained it. The number of operating Irish distilleries continued declining. Small operations closed permanently. By the 1950s, Irish whisky production had consolidated into just a handful of distilleries. Brands that had been internationally recognized in the 19th century disappeared or became mere labels. The industry that had once rivaled Scotland globally had been reduced to marginal status. This decline would continue for decades. Irish whisky wouldn't begin meaningful recovery until the 1980s, a half-century collapse from which it nearly didn't survive. Prohibition's effects on Irish whisky proved more catastrophic and lasting than on any other segment of the industry. The three-tier system repeal brought not simply return to pre-prohibition regulation, but entirely new regulatory structure. The 21st Amendment gave states substantial control over alcohol regulation, and states created various approaches. But federally, and in most states, the three-tier system emerged as dominant regulatory framework. The three-tier system mandated separation between producers, distributors, and retailers. Distilleries could not sell directly to consumers or retailers. They had to sell to licensed distributors, who then sold to licensed retailers. This system aimed to prevent the tied house problem that had existed before Prohibition, where producers controlled saloons and pushed alcohol sales aggressively. The system had advantages. It created orderly markets with clear legal responsibilities. It facilitated tax collection at multiple points. It prevented producers from forcing excessive inventory on retailers. It created middle-tier jobs in distribution, but it also created inefficiencies and barriers. Small distilleries struggled to access distribution, giving advantage to established brands. Distributors became gatekeepers who could make or break products. Geographic fragmentation meant navigating 50 different state regulatory systems. The system protected distributors from competition, creating entrenched interests resistant to change. The three-tier system would shape American whiskey for the rest of the 20th century and beyond. It influenced which brands succeeded, how innovation occurred, and how consumers accessed products. Many of whiskey's later challenges, craft distillers struggling for distribution, difficulty entering new markets, regulatory complexity, stemmed from this post-prohibition regulatory structure. Federal control and taxation. Federal regulation also intensified after repeal. The Federal Alcohol Administration Act of 1935 created comprehensive federal oversight of production, labeling, and advertising. The government defined standards of identity for different whiskey types: bourbon, rye, Tennessee whiskey, and others, creating legal definitions that persist today. Taxation became a crucial federal revenue source. Alcohol taxes had been significant before Prohibition. After repeal, they became even more important, especially during the Depression, when other revenue sources declined. Federal excise taxes on whiskey were substantial, making whiskey production heavily taxed enterprise. These taxes would only increase over subsequent decades. The regulatory structure created after repeal reflected lessons learned from Prohibition. Rather than Prohibition, which had failed catastrophically, the new approach emphasized control, taxation, and consumer protection. Whiskey was legal, but heavily regulated. This balance, legal access with strong government oversight, became the template for alcohol regulation. The whiskey industry emerged from World War II battered, but determined to reclaim its former glory. The decades between 1950 and 1970 witnessed a systematic effort by distillers to rebuild their reputation, consolidate their operations, and adapt to a rapidly changing consumer landscape. Yet despite sophisticated marketing campaigns, stricter regulations, and attempts to reposition their products for a new generation, the industry would watch helplessly as younger consumers turned away from brown spirits in unprecedented numbers. Industry consolidation and the rise of corporate distilling. The post-war period marked the end of whiskey's artisanal era. Small family distilleries that had operated for generations found themselves unable to compete with larger operations that possessed superior distribution networks, marketing budgets, and production capacity. Throughout the 1950s and 1960s, a wave of acquisitions swept through both Scotland and America, transforming whiskey production from a craft tradition into a corporate enterprise. In Scotland, iconic distilleries that had operated independently since the 19th century became properties of multinational corporations. The Distillers Company Limited, already powerful before the war, absorbed numerous smaller producers. American spirits companies like Seagram purchased Scottish properties, recognizing that Scotch whisky represented a premium product with global potential. By 1970, the majority of Scotland's whisky production was controlled by fewer than a dozen major companies. American bourbon experienced similar consolidation. Regional distilleries in Kentucky, Tennessee, Pennsylvania, and Maryland either closed their doors or sold to larger competitors. The number of operating bourbon distilleries in Kentucky alone dropped from several dozen in the immediate post-war years to fewer than 10 by the late 1960s. What remained were industry giants like Jim Beam, Heaven Hill, and Brown-Forman, companies with the resources to weather market fluctuations and invest in long-term brand building. This consolidation brought efficiency and standardization, but it also represented a loss of diversity. Regional styles and family recipes disappeared as production became centralized in modern facilities designed for volume rather than variation. The romantic image of whiskey as a craft, handed down through generations, clashed with the reality of industrial distillation conducted by chemical engineers in laboratory-like conditions. Marketing, sophistication, and the quest for respectability, having survived Prohibition's moral crusade and wartime rationing, the whiskey industry understood that its survival depended on shedding the stigma of vice and disreputability. The marketing campaigns of the 1950s and 1960s represented sophisticated attempts to associate whiskey with success, refinement, and social status rather than saloons and drunkenness. Scotch whiskey led this transformation. Advertisements featured executives in tailored suits, elegant parties in Manhattan penthouses, and international travelers enjoying a dram in first-class airline cabins. Brands like Johnnie Walker, Chivas Regal, and Cutty Sark positioned themselves not merely as beverages, but as symbols of achievement and worldliness. The implicit message was clear. Drinking Scotch whiskey demonstrated that one had arrived, that one belonged to an elite class of discriminating consumers. Bourbon pursued a different strategy, one rooted in authenticity and tradition rather than European sophistication. Marketing campaigns emphasized bourbon's uniquely American heritage, its connection to frontier independence and craftsmanship. Advertisements featured Kentucky landscapes, historic distillery buildings, and references to generations of master distillers. Bourbon was positioned as the honest, straightforward choice for men who valued authenticity over pretension. Both approaches shared a common goal: making whiskey acceptable, even desirable, to middle-class consumers who associated hard liquor with either lower-class excess or upper-class indulgence they could never afford. The industry sought to occupy a middle ground where whiskey represented an achievable aspiration, a reward for hard work and good taste. Age statements became central to this marketing of quality and sophistication. Prior to this era, many whiskies carried no age designation, and consumers had little basis for judging quality beyond brand reputation. During the 1950s and 1960s, age statements became standard practice, with distillers proudly proclaiming 12-year, 15-year, and even older expressions. These numbers served as tangible proof of quality, patience, and commitment to excellence. A bottle labeled with a substantial age statement represented not just whiskey, but time itself, captured and bottled for the discerning consumer. Regulatory frameworks and protection of traditional methods. As the industry consolidated and modernized, federal regulations evolved to protect traditional production methods and prevent consumer deception. These regulations, particularly the standards of identity established and refined during this period, would prove crucial to preserving whiskey's authenticity even as production scaled up dramatically. In the United States, the Alcohol and Tobacco Tax and Trade Bureau established strict definitions for various whiskey categories. Straight bourbon whiskey required a mash bill of at least 51% corn, distillation at no more than 160 proof, aging in new charred oak barrels for a minimum of 2 years, and bottling at no less than 80 proof. No additives beyond water were permitted. These regulations prevented producers from cutting corners or misleading consumers about what they were purchasing. Scotland developed parallel protections for Scotch whisky, codified in the Scotch Whisky Act of 1909 and subsequent regulations. Single malt Scotch whisky was defined as the product of a single distillery made from malted barley, distilled in pot stills, and aged in oak casks in Scotland for at least 3 years. Blended Scotch whisky combined single malts with grain whisky, but maintained the same aging and geographic requirements. These definitions protected Scotch whisky from imitators and established quality standards that remain in effect today. These regulatory frameworks represented a compromise between tradition and modernity. They allowed for industrial-scale production while maintaining the essential characteristics that made whisky distinctive. They prevented the worst abuses while giving distillers flexibility in techniques and ingredients. Most importantly, they established whisky as a product with legal protection for its traditional methods, similar to wine appellations in France or tequila's designation of origin in Mexico. Export markets and Scotland's global ambitions. Scottish distillers recognized that their domestic market alone could never support the industry's growth ambitions. Throughout the 1950s and 1960s, they pursued aggressive export strategies, transforming Scotch whisky into one of Britain's most valuable exports and a globally recognized symbol of quality. The United States represented the most lucrative market. American consumers, particularly those in major cities and affluent suburbs, embraced Scotch whisky as a sophisticated alternative to domestic spirits. The cocktail culture of the era incorporated Scotch into mixed drinks, though purists insisted on drinking single malts neat or with a splash of water. By the mid-1960s, Scotch whisky exports to America exceeded those to all other markets combined. Beyond America, Scottish distillers cultivated markets in Europe, Latin America, and Asia. They emphasized Scotch whisky's heritage, quality, and association with British culture. In countries where whisky had no traditional presence, Scotch became synonymous with the category itself. This global expansion insulated Scottish producers from domestic market fluctuations and established Scotch whisky as an international commodity. The emergence of Japanese whisky. While Scotland dominated global whisky production, a challenger emerged from an unexpected direction. Japanese whisky, which had begun in the 1920s when Masataka Taketsuru returned from Scotland with distilling knowledge, came into its own during the 1960s and 1970s. Japanese distillers had spent decades perfecting their craft, initially imitating Scottish methods before developing distinctive characteristics suited to Japanese palates and water sources. Companies like Suntory and Nikka invested heavily in quality, building multiple distilleries and experimenting with different production techniques. By the late 1960s, Japanese whisky had achieved quality levels that rivaled Scottish single malts, though international recognition would take another generation. The emergence of Japanese whisky demonstrated that while Scotland and America dominated the industry, whisky's appeal and production methods could transcend cultural boundaries. The white spirits revolution and cultural shifts. Despite all these efforts at sophistication, consolidation, and quality assurance, the whiskey industry faced an existential threat it could not marketing campaign its way out of: changing consumer preferences. Beginning in the 1960s and accelerating through the 1970s, American consumers turned away from whiskey in favor of vodka, gin, rum, and other white spirits. This shift reflected broader cultural changes. Younger consumers, particularly those coming of age during the social upheavals of the 1960s, rejected whiskey as their parents' drink, a symbol of the conservative establishment they sought to overthrow. Vodka, by contrast, represented modernity, simplicity, and international sophistication. It mixed easily with fruit juices and sodas, creating sweet, accessible drinks that required no acquired taste. Marketing campaigns for vodka brands emphasized sleek bottles, minimalist aesthetics, and contemporary lifestyles rather than tradition and heritage. The rise of health consciousness also worked against whiskey. Brown spirits were perceived as heavy, high-calorie indulgences associated with excess and hangovers. White spirits, particularly when mixed with low-calorie mixers, seemed lighter and less decadent. This perception had little basis in actual caloric or alcohol content, but perception mattered more than reality in consumer decisions. The 2 decades between 1970 and 1990 represent whiskey's darkest hour, a period when an industry that had survived wars, prohibition, and economic depressions seemed destined for extinction. Consumption plummeted, distilleries shuttered, and warehouses filled with aged stock that nobody wanted to buy. What had once been the drink of choice for generations of Americans and a premium export product for Scotland became synonymous with obsolescence, a relic of a bygone era that younger consumers actively rejected. Yet within this devastation, small groups of dedicated enthusiasts and far-sighted distillers quietly preserved traditions and perfected techniques that would eventually spark an unexpected renaissance. The Great Collapse. Numbers that tell a devastating story. The statistics from this era paint a picture of catastrophic decline. American whiskey consumption, which had peaked in the late 1960s at approximately 110 million cases annually, collapsed to fewer than 60 million cases by 1990. Bourbon, once the undisputed king of American spirits, saw its market share evaporate from nearly 40% of distilled spirits sales to barely 15%. Scotch whisky, despite its premium positioning and sophisticated marketing, experienced similar devastation in its most important export market. Vodka's ascendancy told the inverse story. In 1970, vodka and whiskey competed roughly equally in the American market. By 1980, vodka had surged ahead, capturing nearly 30% of all spirits consumed. By 1990, vodka dominated with a market share exceeding 35%, while whiskey limped along at less than half that figure. The white spirits revolution that had begun in the 1960s had become a rout, with rum, gin, and tequila also claiming shares that whiskey had once controlled. These numbers translated into immediate and painful consequences for distilleries. In Kentucky, the heart of bourbon country, nearly half of all operating distilleries closed their doors permanently between 1970 and 1985, historic names that had produced whiskey for over a century simply ceased to exist. Buildings that had housed stills and fermentation tanks sat empty, their copper equipment sold for scrap or hauled away to museums. The skilled workers who had learned distilling from their fathers and grandfathers found themselves unemployed, their knowledge suddenly worthless in a market that no longer valued their craft. Scotland fared only marginally better. While the largest blended Scotch brands maintained export sales through aggressive pricing and distribution, smaller distilleries faced extinction. Throughout the Highlands, Speyside, and Islay, distilleries that had operated continuously since Victorian times fell silent. Some were mothballed with hopes of eventual reopening, but many were demolished or converted to other uses. The distinctive pagoda-style roofs that marked whiskey distilleries became monuments to an industry in retreat rather than symbols of living. Tradition. Warehouses, full of unwanted treasure. Perhaps nothing illustrated the industry's predicament more starkly than the warehouses filled with aging whiskey that nobody wanted. The production decisions made during the optimistic 1960s, when distillers anticipated continued growth, resulted in vast quantities of maturing stock that came of age just as the market collapsed. By the early 1980s, Scottish distilleries held more than 3 billion litres of maturing whiskey in their warehouses, representing years of inventory at current sales levels. American bourbon producers faced similar conditions. Warehouses in Kentucky held tens of millions of barrels of aging bourbon, some reaching 15 or 20 years old, far beyond the typical 4 to 8 years considered optimal for most bourbon expressions. Under normal circumstances, such aged stock represented valuable assets. During the decline years, they became burdensome liabilities, requiring insurance, storage costs, and capital tied up in inventory that generated no revenue. The Angels share, that portion of whiskey that evaporates through barrel wood during aging, typically represents about 2% of volume annually. Distillers had always accepted this loss as the cost of producing quality aged whiskey. During the decline years, however, the Angels' share took on bitter irony. The Angels were drinking more whiskey than consumers were buying. Some distillers calculated that evaporation losses exceeded sales growth, meaning their total inventory was actually shrinking despite minimal production. Race to the bottom, price wars, and quality degradation. Faced with collapsing demand and excess inventory, many whiskey producers made a fateful decision: compete on price rather than quality. The premium positioning and sophisticated marketing of the previous decades gave way to desperate attempts to move product at any price. Cheap blended whiskey flooded the bottom end of the market, aimed at consumers who chose spirits solely based on alcohol content per dollar spent. These bottom-shelf blends bore little resemblance to the carefully crafted whiskies that had built the industry's reputation. They combined minimal amounts of aged whiskey with young, neutral grain spirits, meeting legal definitions while delivering maximum profit margins. The resulting products were harsh, one-dimensional spirits, suitable only for mixing with sweet sodas or drinking as shots rather than savoring. For consumers who had never tasted quality whiskey, these cheap blends confirmed their belief that brown spirits were inferior to the smoother vodka and lighter rum they preferred. This race to the bottom created a vicious cycle. As whiskey became associated with cheap, low-quality products, consumers willing to spend more on premium spirits chose vodka, cognac, or imported tequila instead. The premium whiskey segment, already small, shrank further as its traditional consumers aged out of the market without younger replacements. Distillers responded by cutting prices even further, accelerating the quality degradation and reinforcing negative perceptions. The price wars hit Scotch whisky particularly hard in export markets. Brands that had cultivated images of luxury and sophistication throughout the 1950s and 1960s suddenly appeared on bottom shelves next to the cheapest domestic spirits. The premium that Scotch commanded eroded as distributors slashed prices to move inventory. For Scottish distillers who had invested heavily in their premium positioning, this represented not just lost revenue, but damaged brand equity that would take decades to rebuild. The near death of Irish whiskey. If American bourbon and Scotch whiskey suffered during these decades, Irish whiskey nearly disappeared entirely. Once the dominant whiskey style globally, beloved for its smooth character and triple distillation method, Irish whiskey had been devastated by Irish independence, trade wars with Britain, American Prohibition, and World War II. By 1970, the industry was already on life support. The decline years of the 1970s and 1980s nearly delivered the final blow. By the mid-1980s, only 3 distilleries remained operational in all of Ireland. Middleton in County Cork, which produced most Irish whiskey under various brand names, Old Bushmills in County Antrim, and Cooley, a small operation that began in 1987. Centuries of distilling tradition, dozens of distinctive regional styles, and hundreds of family-owned distilleries had been reduced to 3 survivors clinging to existence in an indifferent market. Irish whiskey's market share in the United States, once substantial, dropped below 1% of total spirit sales. The brands that remained available occupied the lowest shelves, positioned as cheap alternatives to bottom-shelf bourbon or blended Scotch. The smooth, approachable character that had once made Irish whiskey popular now seemed bland compared to the aggressive marketing and distinctive profiles of other spirits. Irish whiskey had become nearly invisible, remembered dimly by older consumers, but unknown to younger generations. Cultural rejection and generational divide. The statistical decline and industry contraction reflected deeper cultural shifts that no amount of marketing or price cutting could reverse. Baby boomers, the massive demographic cohort born after World War II, reached drinking age during the late 1960s and 1970s, with attitudes fundamentally different from their parents. They rejected whiskey not merely as a beverage preference, but as a symbol of everything they opposed about the previous generation. Whiskey represented the establishment, the corporate culture, the rigid social hierarchies that young people in the 1960s and 1970s sought to dismantle. The image of an executive sipping Scotch in a wood-paneled office epitomized the power structures that activists challenged. The bourbon-drinking older generation seemed complicit in Vietnam War policies, racial segregation, and environmental destruction. Choosing vodka over whiskey became a small act of rebellion, a rejection of parental values disguised as a simple drink order. This generational rejection extended beyond politics to aesthetics and lifestyle. Whiskey seemed heavy, complicated, and old-fashioned to young consumers drawn to the minimalist aesthetics and international influences of the era. Vodka bottles featured sleek designs and modern typography, while whiskey labels emphasized tradition, history, and craftsmanship. Light rum and tequila evoked tropical beaches and carefree attitudes, while bourbon called to mind rural Kentucky and conservative values. The very qualities that whiskey marketers had emphasized, tradition and heritage, became liabilities in a youth culture obsessed with novelty and progress. Women, who had largely been excluded from whiskey marketing campaigns, actively avoided brown spirits. The Mad Men era of masculine whiskey consumption had alienated half the potential market. As women gained economic power and social acceptance as alcohol consumers, they gravitated toward drinks that weren't associated with male-dominated business culture. Wine coolers, sweet cocktails, and later flavored vodkas offered alternatives that felt less loaded with gendered expectations. Survival strategies, diversification, and retrenchment. The distilleries that survived this brutal period did so through various adaptation strategies, none of them particularly glamorous or satisfying. Diversification into other products became common, with spirits companies investing in vodka, rum, gin, and liqueur production to capture the market segments that whiskey could not. Some bourbon distilleries began producing vodka from the same base ingredients, a pragmatic acknowledgement that survival mattered more than tradition. Others retrenched drastically, cutting production to skeleton levels while maintaining just enough operations to keep their licenses active and their brands technically alive. These distilleries operated on minimal crews, producing only what they could immediately sell, while drawing down their aging inventory. They postponed maintenance, delayed capital investments, and operated in survival mode with no expectations of growth. The revival began quietly, almost imperceptibly, in the final years of the 20th century. While industry analysts continued predicting whiskey's inevitable decline, small but significant changes were occurring at the margins. Premium single malt Scotch whiskey found new audiences among consumers seeking authenticity and sophistication. Writers and educators began translating whiskey's complexity into accessible language. Japanese distillers shocked the world with their quality, and a new generation, paradoxically drawn to the same traditions their parents had rejected, rediscovered brown spirits as emblems of craft, heritage, and genuine experience. Between 1990 and 2010, whiskey transformed from dying category to cultural phenomenon, launching a global boom that would exceed even the industry's golden age. The premiumization movement and single malt's ascent. The whiskey revival began where the industry had managed to preserve quality through the decline years. Premium single malt Scotch whiskey. Throughout the 1990s, single malts transitioned from obscure niche to aspirational category, driven by consumers willing to pay substantially more for products that offered complexity, distinctiveness, and authenticity. Glenfiddich, which had pioneered single malt marketing in the 1960s, saw sales accelerate dramatically. Macallan positioned itself as the Rolls-Royce of whiskey, commanding prices that would have seemed impossible during the decline years. This premiumization reflected broader economic and cultural trends. The prosperity of the 1990s created a class of affluent consumers who valued experiences and authenticity over mass-produced goods. For these consumers, the standardization and commodification that had characterized consumer culture for decades seemed hollow and unsatisfying. Single malt whiskey, with its regional variations, distillery-specific characteristics, and emphasis on craft and tradition, offered an antidote to homogenization. Distilleries responded by emphasizing their unique qualities rather than conforming to standard profiles. Highland malts were distinguished from Islay malts, which were different from Speyside expressions. Within regions, individual distilleries promoted their distinctive methods, water sources, still shapes, and aging philosophies. Terms like peat, sherry cask, and non-chill filtered entered consumer vocabulary, allowing enthusiasts to discuss flavor profiles with wine-like precision. The premiumization trend extended beyond Scotland. Premium Irish whiskey, nearly extinct during the decline years, found new life as brands like Redbreast and Greenspot captured consumer interest in smooth, approachable whiskies with distinctive character. American bourbon discovered that consumers would pay premium prices for expressions aged longer than the standard 4 to 6 years or produced in limited quantities. The entire category began moving upmarket, abandoning the bottom shelf positioning that had characterized the decline years. Writers, educators, and the democratization of knowledge whiskey's revival was fueled significantly by writers and educators who translated the industry's technical complexity into accessible, engaging content. Michael Jackson, a British beer and whiskey writer, published comprehensive guides to single malt Scotch whiskey that treated the subject with the seriousness and sophistication previously reserved for wine. His detailed tasting notes, distillery profiles, and regional classifications provided enthusiasts with frameworks for understanding and appreciating whiskey's diversity. Jim Murray's annual Whiskey Bible, first published in 2003, rated thousands of whiskies from around the world using a standardized scoring system. Murray's encyclopedic coverage and willingness to champion overlooked expressions or challenge conventional wisdom made his guide essential reading for serious enthusiasts. His highest ratings could transform obscure bottlings into sought-after collectibles overnight, demonstrating the growing influence of expert opinion in shaping consumer behavior. Beyond these landmark publications, countless blogs, websites, and online forums emerged throughout the 2000s, democratizing whiskey knowledge and creating communities of passionate enthusiasts. These platforms allowed consumers to share tasting notes, debate merits of different expressions, and discover new bottlings without relying exclusively on marketing materials or industry-controlled information. The Internet enabled a level of consumer education and peer-to-peer recommendation that transformed how people discovered and evaluated whiskey. This educational infrastructure proved crucial to the revival because it addressed whiskey's fundamental challenge: complexity as a barrier to entry. New consumers needed guidance to navigate the overwhelming variety of styles, ages, and price points. Writers and online communities provided that guidance, translating industry jargon into comprehensible terms and helping newcomers develop their palates. What might have remained an intimidating category became accessible through education and community support. Japanese whiskey's international breakthrough. Nothing challenged conventional wisdom about whiskey more dramatically than Japanese whiskey's emergence on the international stage during the 2000s. For decades, Japanese distillers had refined their craft in relative obscurity, producing whiskey primarily for domestic consumption, while Scottish and American products dominated global markets. When Japanese whiskey began winning prestigious international awards, the world was forced to reconsider assumptions about where great whiskey could be made. The breakthrough moment arrived in 2001, when Nikka's Yoichi 10-year-old single malt was named Best of the Best at Whiskey Magazine's awards. This was followed by increasingly prominent recognition, culminating in 2008, when Jim Murray rated Suntory's Yamazaki 1984 the world's best whiskey, awarding it a score higher than any Scottish or American expression. These accolades were not merely symbolic. They represented blind tastings by respected experts who judged Japanese whiskey equal or superior to products from whiskey's traditional heartlands. Japanese whiskey's success challenged the geographic determinism that had long dominated the industry. If whiskey of the highest quality could be produced in Japan, using methods adapted from Scottish tradition but modified for local conditions, then the potential existed for great whiskey anywhere. This realization would encourage distilling projects in countries from Taiwan to Australia to Sweden, transforming whiskey from a product of specific places into a global category. The Japanese approach offered lessons that influenced whiskey making worldwide. Their attention to detail, willingness to experiment with different production methods within the same facility, and patient pursuit of quality over decades demonstrated that whiskey excellence required both respect for tradition and openness to innovation. Japanese distillers had studied Scottish methods, but hadn't merely copied them. They had adapted techniques to their own ingredients, climate, and aesthetic sensibilities, creating something distinctively Japanese while remaining recognizably whiskey. The cult of Pappy Van Winkle and bourbon's transformation. While single malt Scotch led the premium revolution, American bourbon experienced its own renaissance through small batch expressions and limited releases. No product exemplified this transformation more dramatically than Pappy Van Winkle, a wheated bourbon aged for extraordinary periods that became the most sought-after American whiskey of the early 21st century. Pappy Van Winkle's journey from obscure brand to cult phenomenon illustrates whiskey's broader revival. The brand survived the decline years by producing limited quantities of very old bourbon, maintaining quality standards when most competitors focused on volume and price competition. During the 1990s and early 2000s, bourbon enthusiasts discovered these aged expressions, recognizing them as exceptional examples of traditional bourbon making. Word spread through online forums and enthusiast networks, creating demand that far exceeded the limited supply. By the mid-2000s, Pappy Van Winkle bottles commanded prices 10 or 20 times their suggested retail prices on secondary markets. Stores that received allocations held lotteries for the chance to purchase bottles. The bourbon's scarcity and mystique transformed it into a status symbol, with celebrities and collectors boasting about their acquisitions on social media. While some purists lamented the speculation and hype, Pappy Van Winkle's success demonstrated that consumers would pay premium prices for bourbon when convinced of its exceptional quality and authenticity. The small batch and craft marketing that emerged during this period positioned bourbon as an artisanal product rather than a commodity. Distilleries emphasized their traditional methods, family ownership, and connection to Kentucky's distilling heritage. Brands like Blanton's, Buffalo Trace, and Woodford Reserve cultivated premium images, moving bourbon from bottom-shelf obscurity to upscale bars and restaurants. This transformation paralleled and reinforced single malt Scotch's premiumization, demonstrating that consumers across categories were willing to trade up for products that offered authenticity and quality. Internet communities and the new whiskey culture. The Internet's role in whiskey's revival cannot be overstated. Online forums, review websites, and social media platforms created global communities of enthusiasts who shared information, recommendations, and passion in ways impossible during earlier eras. These digital spaces democratized knowledge, allowing consumers anywhere in the world to access expertise and connect with like-minded individuals. Websites like Connoisseur, Master of Malt, and countless personal blogs became destinations where enthusiasts posted detailed tasting notes, compared expressions, and debated relative merits of different distilleries and styles. Reddit communities like Scotch and R Bourbon created spaces for both newcomers seeking advice and experts sharing deep knowledge. These platforms enabled peer-to-peer learning that supplemented and sometimes supplanted traditional marketing and expert opinion. The transparency enabled by internet communities also held the industry accountable. Consumers shared information about production changes, quality inconsistencies, and pricing strategies, making it difficult for brands to cut corners or mislead buyers. When a distillery reduced age statements or changed recipes, enthusiasts documented and discussed these decisions, creating informal quality control that pressured producers to maintain standards. Social media amplified this community building by making whiskey collecting and appreciation visually shareable. Instagram accounts featuring beautifully photographed bottles, home bars, and tasting setups turned whiskey into lifestyle content. Younger consumers who might never have considered brown spirits found whiskey presented in aesthetically appealing, aspirational contexts that resonated with their values and interests. The years between 20 and 2024 witnessed whiskey's transformation from revival to unprecedented global boom. What had seemed like niche recovery in the 1990s exploded into worldwide phenomenon, with new distilleries opening across 6 continents, established producers struggling to meet demand, and whiskey positioned as one of the spirits industry's most dynamic growth categories. Yet this extraordinary success brought complex challenges: supply shortages, quality debates, environmental concerns, and fundamental questions about what whiskey should be in the 21st century. The industry that had nearly disappeared now faced the equally difficult challenge of managing explosive growth while preserving the traditions and authenticity that made whiskey valuable in the first place. The craft distillery explosion. The most visible manifestation of whiskey's boom was the explosion of new distilleries worldwide. In the United States alone, the number of craft distilleries increased from fewer than 100 in 20 to more than 2,000 by 2024, with the majority producing whiskey alongside other spirits. These ranged from tiny operations producing a few barrels annually to substantial facilities with ambitions to compete nationally with established brands. This craft explosion diversified American whiskey in ways not seen since before Prohibition. Distillers experimented with heritage grain varieties, unconventional mash bills, and regional ingredients that reflected their specific locations. A distillery in New York might use local rye and apples, while one in Texas emphasized corn varieties suited to their climate and terroir. Some craft distillers challenged bourbon's dominance of American whiskey by reviving styles like Pennsylvania rye or single malt American whiskey made entirely from malted barley. The quality of craft whiskey varied enormously. Many new distillers lacked the expertise, equipment, and aged stock necessary to produce whiskey comparable to established brands. Early releases from craft distilleries often suffered from insufficient aging, poor blending, or production mistakes that betrayed their makers' inexperience. However, by the late 2010s, some craft distilleries had matured alongside their whiskey, releasing products that competed seriously with legacy brands and demonstrated that quality whiskey making could happen outside traditional centers. Beyond America, craft distilleries emerged throughout Europe, Asia, Australia, and even Africa. England, which had barely any whiskey production for over a century, became home to dozens of new distilleries. Germany, France, and the Nordic countries developed domestic whiskey industries. These non-traditional producers brought fresh perspectives, experimenting with production methods and flavor profiles that challenged assumptions about what whiskey could be, while respecting the fundamental principles that made it whiskey rather than something else. Ireland's remarkable Renaissance. No category demonstrated the boom's potential more dramatically than Irish whiskey. From its nadir in the 1980s, when only 3 distilleries survived, Irish whiskey experienced explosive growth that made it the fastest growing whiskey category globally throughout the 2010s and early 2020s. This resurgence combined historical brand revival, substantial new investment, and marketing that positioned Irish whiskey as smooth, approachable, and perfect for consumers intimidated by Scotch or bourbon's complexity. Jameson led this growth, transforming from niche brand to one of the world's best-selling whiskies. Its smooth, accessible profile attracted consumers new to whiskey, particularly younger drinkers seeking entry points to the category. Jameson's success demonstrated that high volume and rapid growth were compatible with quality as the brand maintained consistency while expanding production dramatically. Beyond Jameson, numerous distilleries opened throughout Ireland, from craft operations to substantial facilities backed by international investment. Historic brands like Bushmills and Redbreast expanded capacity and range. New distilleries like Teeling, Dingle, and Glendalough brought innovation and diversity, experimenting with cask finishes, age statements, and production methods that expanded Irish whiskey's traditional parameters. By 2024, Ireland had more than 40 operating distilleries, with additional projects under development, representing an almost unimaginable transformation from the industry's near-death experience 4 decades earlier. Irish whiskey's growth also raised questions about maintaining distinctiveness while expanding rapidly. The smooth, triple-distilled character that defined traditional Irish whiskey risked becoming generic as producers chased volume. Balancing growth with preservation of regional identity and traditional methods became an ongoing challenge as Irish whiskey navigated its extraordinary success. Japanese whiskey, victim of its own success. Japanese whiskey's international recognition during the 2000s created overwhelming demand that producers struggled to meet throughout the 2010s and early 2020s. The same whiskey that had been affordable and readily available in Japan suddenly became scarce and expensive as global consumers discovered its quality. Major producers like Suntory and Nikka faced the difficult choice between maintaining quality standards or sacrificing aged stocks to meet immediate demand. The shortage manifested most acutely in aged expressions. Japanese distilleries discontinued numerous age statement bottles as their stocks ran low, replaced by no age statement releases that maintained quality through skilled blending, but frustrated consumers who valued transparency and specificity. Bottles that had sold for modest prices in the early 2000s commanded hundreds or thousands of dollars on secondary markets by the late 2010s, if they could be found at all. This shortage paradoxically enhanced Japanese whiskey's prestige while limiting its market growth. The scarcity created cult status and collectability, but prevented Japanese producers from fully capitalizing on international demand. Some critics accused brands of artificial scarcity to maintain premium pricing, though industry observers generally agreed that the shortage reflected genuine production constraints resulting from decades of focusing primarily on domestic sales before international demand exploded. Japanese producers responded by expanding production capacity substantially, but whiskey's aging requirements meant that these investments wouldn't yield mature whiskey for years or decades. In the meantime, they managed limited stocks carefully, prioritizing key markets and maintaining quality standards even when releasing younger whiskey. The challenge of balancing immediate demand against long-term brand equity defined Japanese whiskey's position during this period. The global whiskey frontier. Whiskey production expanded to regions with no historical connection to the spirit, challenging geographic assumptions about where quality whiskey could be made. Taiwan's Kavalan Distillery, established in 2005, shocked the whiskey world by winning major international awards within a decade of operation. Its success in the subtropical climate of Taiwan, which accelerated aging dramatically compared to Scottish or Japanese conditions, demonstrated that whiskey making could adapt to radically different environments while maintaining quality. India, which had long produced whiskey primarily for domestic consumption using molasses-based spirits that wouldn't qualify as whiskey under Scottish or American definitions, began producing malt whiskey that competed internationally. Brands like Amrut and Paul John released single malts that earned critical acclaim and challenged preconceptions about tropical whiskey production. The country's enormous population and growing middle class positioned Indian whiskey as a potentially transformative force in global markets. Australia developed a substantial craft whiskey industry, with distilleries like Sullivan's Cove and Starward winning international awards. Australian whiskey emphasized local ingredients and adaptation to their climate, creating distinctive flavor profiles that reflected their terroir. Similarly, distilleries in New Zealand, South Africa, and even Israel produced whiskies that gained international recognition. These non-traditional producers demonstrated that whiskey's fundamental principles, grain fermentation, distillation, and oak aging, could yield quality products anywhere with skilled distillers, good ingredients, and patience. They expanded whiskey's geographic boundaries while raising questions about regional protection, traditional definitions, and what it meant for whiskey to be Scottish, Irish, American, or Japanese, when excellent whiskey was being made everywhere. Investment, speculation, and counterfeiting whiskies boom attracted investors who viewed rare bottles as alternative assets comparable to art, wine, or precious metals. Investment funds specializing in whiskey emerged, purchasing casks or bottles as financial instruments rather than consumer products. Auction houses established dedicated whiskey departments, with rare bottles regularly fetching tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. Some bottles from closed distilleries or extremely limited releases commanded prices exceeding $1 million, transforming whiskey from beverage into investment vehicle. This financialization brought liquidity and visibility to rare whiskey, but also distorted markets and priced regular consumers out of bottles they might have purchased for drinking. Critics argued that treating whiskey as investment contradicted its fundamental purpose as something meant to be enjoyed rather than locked away in climate-controlled storage. The secondary market, while providing price discovery and liquidity, created speculation that had little connection to whiskey's intrinsic value as a beverage. Wherever valuable commodities and speculation converge, fraud follows. Counterfeit whiskey became a serious problem throughout the 2010s and early 2020s, with fake bottles of rare expressions sold to unsuspecting collectors and investors. Sophisticated operations produced convincing replicas, complete with period-appropriate bottles, labels, and packaging. Some counterfeiters refilled genuine bottles from closed distilleries with cheap whiskey, making detection extremely difficult without scientific analysis. The whiskey industry responded with authentication technologies, including blockchain tracking, specialized bottle seals, and laboratory testing. But counterfeiters continually adapted. High-profile cases revealed that even experienced collectors and auction houses had been deceived, shaking confidence in the rare whiskey market. The problem highlighted tensions between whiskey as consumer product and whiskey as collectible asset, with fraud exploiting the opacity and limited expertise in a rapidly expanding market. The age statement controversy and NAS releases. As demand outpaced supply of aged whiskey, producers increasingly released no age statement expressions that sparked ongoing debates about transparency, quality, and value. Distillers argued that age statements were often misunderstood quality indicators, that younger whiskey could be excellent when properly selected and blended, and that focusing exclusively on age limited their flexibility to create consistent, high-quality products. Many NAS releases were indeed excellent, combining small amounts of very old whiskey with younger stock to create complex flavor profiles while preserving aged inventory. Brands like Ardbeg, Uigeadail, and Highland Park Dark Origins earned critical acclaim despite lacking age statements, demonstrating that removing this information didn't necessarily indicate lower quality. Some distillers noted that their NAS releases were actually older on average than their entry-level age statement expressions, as they drew from diverse aged stocks rather than using whiskey of a single age. Whiskey's tumultuous journey from colonial necessity through Prohibition's devastation, post-war optimism, near extinction, and unexpected renaissance reveals patterns that transcend the spirits industry. These cycles of boom and collapse, tradition and innovation, mass production and craft revival offer lessons about cultural identity, patience, authenticity, and the relationship between commerce and tradition. By examining whiskey's history analytically rather than chronologically, we can identify the forces that shaped its trajectory and understand why certain approaches succeeded while others failed catastrophically. These patterns illuminate not just whiskey's past, but potential futures for any industry balancing heritage with innovation, local identity with global markets, and short-term pressures with long-term value creation. Pattern 1. Cultural identity. Seeking drives demand. Throughout whiskey's history, periods of greatest success coincided with eras when consumers sought cultural identity, authenticity, and connection to tradition. Scotch whiskey thrived when it represented Scottish national identity in opposition to English domination. Bourbon flourished as a symbol of American frontier independence and distinctiveness from European refinement. Irish whiskey's 19th century golden age reflected Ireland's cultural assertion despite political subjugation. Conversely, whiskey's darkest periods occurred when these cultural associations became liabilities rather than assets. The post-war era's sophisticated marketing attempted to create aspirational identities around whiskey consumption, positioning Scotch as the drink of successful executives and bourbon as authentically American. These campaigns succeeded initially, but failed to anticipate that younger generations would reject the very identities whiskey represented. The 1960s counterculture saw whiskey as emblematic of establishment conformity rigid social hierarchies, and outdated values worth overturning rather than emulating. Whiskey's 21st century revival demonstrates this pattern's continuation. The boom occurred precisely when millennials and younger consumers sought authenticity, craft, and connection to tangible traditions in reaction to digital culture's ephemeral nature. Whiskey offered stories rooted in specific places, made by identifiable people using methods unchanged for generations. In an era of globalization and homogenization, whiskey's regional distinctiveness and traditional production methods provided the cultural anchor consumers craved. This pattern suggests that whiskey's fortunes will always be tied to broader cultural movements. When society values tradition, craft, and regional identity, whiskey thrives. When these qualities seem antiquated or oppressive, whiskey struggles. Understanding this relationship allows the industry to recognize that marketing alone cannot create demand. Rather, whiskey must genuinely embody cultural values that resonate with contemporary consumers while remaining authentic to its heritage. Pattern 2. Prohibition creates more problems than it solves. American prohibition stands as perhaps the most instructive failure in whiskey's history, demonstrating that legal restrictions on alcohol consumption create cascading consequences far worse than the problems they purport to address. Prohibition devastated legitimate distilleries, created powerful criminal organizations, corrupted law enforcement, encouraged dangerous unregulated production, and ultimately failed to significantly reduce alcohol consumption while undermining respect for law itself. The pattern extends beyond American prohibition to other restrictive approaches. Wartime rationing, while justifiable under emergency conditions, damaged whiskey quality and consumer relationships. Heavy taxation and excessive regulation in various countries pushed consumers toward cheaper alternatives or black markets rather than eliminating consumption. Even well-intentioned quality regulations, when poorly designed, sometimes protected established producers while stifling innovation and competition. The more effective approach, demonstrated by post-prohibition regulatory frameworks, balanced consumer protection with market freedom. Standards of identity protected traditional production methods and prevented fraud without dictating every aspect of distilling. Age statements and ingredient disclosures informed consumers without prohibiting experimentation. Taxation at sustainable, rather than punitive levels, generated revenue without creating massive black markets. This pattern reveals a broader truth. Industries are best governed through transparency, education, and balanced regulation rather than prohibition or excessive restriction. Consumers make better decisions when provided accurate information than when their choices are severely limited by government fiat. The whiskey industry's healthiest periods occurred under regulatory frameworks that protected authenticity while allowing innovation, suggesting that this balanced approach serves both public interest and industry sustainability better than either prohibition or complete deregulation. Pattern 3. Quality and authenticity eventually triumph over volume. Whiskey's history repeatedly demonstrates that while cheap, mass-produced spirits may dominate temporarily, quality and authenticity ultimately prove more sustainable strategies. The price wars and quality degradation of the 1970s and 1980s accelerated whiskey's decline by reinforcing perceptions of inferiority. The brands that survived by maintaining quality standards, even when market conditions suggested cutting corners made economic sense, positioned themselves to lead the eventual revival. The premiumization trend that sparked whiskey's renaissance validated patience and quality commitment. Single malt Scotch whiskey succeeded precisely because distilleries had maintained traditional production methods through decades when industrialization and cost-cutting tempted competitors. Bourbon's craft revival rewarded brands like Pappy Van Winkle that had continued producing traditionally aged whiskey when the market seemed indifferent. Japanese whiskey's breakthrough reflected decades of patient quality pursuit with minimal immediate payoff. This pattern contradicts conventional business wisdom, favoring immediate returns and cost minimization. Whiskey demonstrates that some products gain value from tradition, craft, and patient aging that cannot be replicated through industrial efficiency or marketing alone. Consumers prove capable of discerning quality differences and willing to pay premiums for authenticity, even if this recognition takes time to develop broadly. The lesson extends beyond whiskey. In categories where heritage, craft, and tradition matter, attempts to compete primarily on price or volume often prove self-destructive. Building reputation for quality requires years or decades, but creates sustainable competitive advantages that price competition cannot replicate. The whiskey brands with the strongest positions in 2024 are overwhelmingly those that maintain quality through difficult periods rather than those that maximized short-term profits through cost-cutting. Pattern 4. Decades to build, years to destroy. Perhaps whiskey's most sobering lesson concerns the asymmetry between construction and destruction. Scottish whiskey distilleries, built over centuries of accumulated knowledge and capital investment, closed within months during downturns. American bourbon's infrastructure, developed over generations, was largely dismantled during Prohibition's 13 years. Irish whiskey's global dominance, achieved through decades of quality production and market development, vanished in a generation due to political disruption and competition. This pattern reflects whiskey production's fundamental characteristics. Aging requires years, and distillery closure means not just immediate production loss, but destruction of aged stocks, abandonment of physical infrastructure, and dispersion of accumulated expertise. A distillery operating continuously for a century can cease operations in an afternoon, but restarting requires years of capital investment, equipment installation, recruitment and training of skilled workers, and most critically, time for newly distilled spirit to mature into saleable whiskey. The pattern appeared throughout whiskey's boom and bust cycles. The optimistic expansions of various eras created production capacity that became devastating liabilities during subsequent downturns. The 1960s production increases based on anticipated continued growth created warehouses full of unwanted whiskey during the 1970s collapse. Conversely, the drastic production cuts during decline years created shortages that limited growth during the 2000s and 2010's boom. This asymmetry suggests that whiskey producers must resist both overproduction during booms and excessive contraction during busts. Maintaining core production capabilities through difficult periods, even at financial cost, preserves the possibility of future recovery. Building new capacity requires long-term perspective, acknowledging that today's production decisions determine product availability a decade hence. The industry's challenge lies in managing this temporal mismatch between market volatility and production timeframes. Pattern 5. Education enables premiumization. Whiskey's renaissance depended fundamentally on consumer education that translated technical complexity into accessible knowledge. Writers like Michael Jackson and Jim Murray, online communities, distillery tours, and knowledgeable bartenders created an infrastructure that helped consumers understand and appreciate whiskey's nuances. This education enabled premiumization by giving consumers frameworks for evaluating quality and justifying premium prices. Before education infrastructure developed, most consumers lacked tools to distinguish quality levels beyond price and brand recognition. Marketing claimed superiority, but consumers had no basis for verification. The proliferation of tasting notes, scoring systems, production method explanations, and comparative reviews gave consumers confidence in their ability to discern and appreciate quality differences. This confidence translated directly into willingness to pay premium prices for expressions consumers understood and could articulate preferences about. The pattern reveals that premiumization requires more than quality products. It demands educated consumers capable of recognizing and valuing quality. Wine had established this model over decades, creating a culture where enthusiasts discussed vintages, terroir, and winemaking techniques knowledgeably. Whiskey replicated this model rapidly during the 1990s and 2000s, creating a community of educated enthusiasts who drove demand for premium expressions and influenced broader consumer behavior. This educational infrastructure also protected against fraud and maintained quality standards by creating informed consumers who recognized deviations from expectations. The community that formed around whiskey education held producers accountable, shared information about quality changes, and maintained pressure for transparency. Education thus served multiple functions, expanding markets through accessibility, enabling premiumization through sophistication, and protecting quality through accountability. What worked? The virtues of patience and tradition. Successful whiskey production throughout history demonstrated consistent characteristics that transcended specific eras or regions. Patience proved fundamental. Whiskey cannot be rushed, and attempts to accelerate aging or cut corners in production invariably yielded inferior results. The brands that maintained long aging periods, even when market conditions suggested releasing younger whiskey would be more profitable, built reputations that commanded premium prices and customer loyalty. Traditional production methods, refined over generations, consistently produce superior whiskey compared to industrial shortcuts. Copper pot stills, oak barrel aging, natural fermentation, and time-tested techniques persisted because they worked, not merely because of romanticism about the past. When producers abandoned tradition for efficiency, quality suffered noticeably, and consumers eventually recognized the difference, even if marketing initially obscured degradation. Transparency in production methods, ingredient sourcing, and aging built trust that survived market fluctuations and competitive pressures. Brands that honestly communicated what was in the bottle, how it was made, and how long it aged developed loyal followings who valued this honesty. Conversely, brands that obscured production changes, eliminated age statements without explanation, or misled consumers about their methods damaged relationships that proved difficult to repair. Regional identity and community connections sustained whiskey through difficult periods and differentiated brands during competitive periods. Scottish distilleries tied to specific regions, bourbon brands connected to Kentucky heritage, and Irish whiskey's national identity provided foundations more durable than marketing campaigns. From the rudimentary alembics of ancient Mesopotamia to the sophisticated distilleries operating on 6 continents today, whiskey's journey spans millennia and encompasses profound transformations in technology, culture, and commerce. What began as medicinal aqua vitae became the drink that helped forge national identities, fueled rebellions, survived prohibition, nearly vanished into obsolescence, and emerged as one of the world's most dynamic and culturally significant spirits categories. This remarkable trajectory reveals not just whiskey's history, but fundamental truths about craft, patience, authenticity, and the human desire for products that connect us to place, tradition, and each other. As whiskey navigates the 21st century's unprecedented opportunities and challenges, its past illuminates paths forward while reminding us that some values transcend market conditions and technological change. The arc of transformation. Whiskey's evolution from preservation medicine to global cultural phenomenon represents one of the most complete transformations any product category has undergone. Medieval monks distilling grain spirits for medicinal purposes could not have imagined their aqua vitae becoming the drink of Scottish clan gatherings, American frontier independence, Irish national identity, or Japanese precision craftsmanship. Each transformation built upon previous foundations while adapting to new cultural contexts and commercial realities. The journey from medicine to cultural identity occurred gradually as communities recognized whiskey's social functions transcended its pharmaceutical applications. Scottish whiskey became inseparable from Highland culture, bourbon embodied American frontier values, and Irish whiskey represented national distinctiveness despite political subjugation. These cultural associations gave whiskey meaning beyond its physical characteristics, embedding it in rituals, celebrations, and shared experiences that defined communities. The shift from cultural identity to commercial commodity accelerated during the 19th century's industrialization. Small-scale production for local consumption gave way to mass production for national and international markets. Distilleries became businesses rather than cultural institutions, optimizing for efficiency and scale. This commercialization brought whiskey to broader audiences, but risked losing the local character and craft traditions that had made it culturally significant. The contemporary return to artisanal craft represents a synthesis of these earlier phases. Modern whiskey production combines industrial efficiency with renewed emphasis on tradition, regional character, and craft methods. Small batch releases from large distilleries coexist with genuine craft operations, while consumers seek both quality and authenticity. This synthesis suggests whiskey has found equilibrium between commercial viability and cultural significance, maintaining tradition while adapting to contemporary markets. Current challenges in historical context. The challenges facing whiskey today echo historical patterns while presenting novel complexities. Supply constraints during the current boom mirror those of previous growth periods, but global demand and instant communication amplify pressures to expand rapidly. Distilleries learned from the 1960s overproduction that created devastating gluts during the 1970s collapse, making them cautious about capacity expansion even as demand surges. Yet this caution creates shortages, particularly for aged expressions, that frustrate consumers and limit growth. The tension between meeting demand and maintaining quality has existed throughout whiskey's commercial history. Current producers face it with awareness of past failures. The cheap blends that flooded markets during the decline years damaged whiskey's reputation for generations. Today's distilleries generally resist racing to the bottom, but pressure to capitalize on current enthusiasm while it lasts creates temptations to release younger whiskey, eliminate age statements, or cut corners that might seem justified short-term but prove destructive long-term. Climate change presents challenges unprecedented in whiskey's history, threatening fundamental assumptions about where and how whiskey can be produced. Traditional barley-growing regions face increasing weather volatility. Water sources, crucial for distilling, become less reliable, and peatlands that supply Islay's distinctive character face conservation pressures. Rising temperatures potentially alter aging dynamics in warehouses designed for cooler climates, while making production more difficult in already warm regions. These climate challenges require adaptations that respect tradition while acknowledging changed conditions. Distilleries experiment with drought-resistant barley varieties, invest in water conservation and recycling, source peat more sustainably, or develop alternative methods for achieving peated character, and adapt warehousing techniques to changing temperature patterns. Whether these adaptations can preserve whiskey's essential characteristics while addressing environmental realities remains uncertain, but ignoring climate change guarantees more severe future disruptions. Maintaining craft traditions while scaling production creates tensions between authenticity and commercial viability. The knowledge held by master distillers, coopers, and maltsters represents accumulated wisdom that cannot be easily codified or taught. As these craftspeople retire, preserving and transmitting their expertise becomes crucial. Yet craft methods often conflict with efficiency demands and capacity constraints, creating pressure to automate, standardize, or simplify processes that have produced quality whiskey for generations. New whiskey-producing regions, establishing credibility, face the challenge of building reputations without centuries of history supporting their claims. Taiwan, India, Australia, and others produce excellent whiskey, but must overcome consumer assumptions that quality whiskey comes exclusively from Scotland, Ireland, America, or Japan. These emerging producers demonstrate that whiskey-making principles apply universally, but converting skeptics requires time, consistent quality, and patience. Virtues whiskey historically rewards, but that commercial pressures often discourage. Generational taste shifts remain unpredictable and potentially threatening. The baby boomers who rejected their parents' whiskey have now passed drinking age to subsequent generations whose preferences differ yet again. Millennials and Gen Z consumers value authenticity, sustainability, and craft, but also experiment widely with spirits categories from around the world. Whiskey competes not just with vodka and rum, but with mezcal, Japanese gin, craft liqueurs, and countless other options in the most diverse spirits market in history. Maintaining relevance requires understanding these generations' values while staying true to whiskey's essential character. Promising developments and grounds for optimism. Despite formidable challenges, whiskey's current landscape offers substantial reasons for optimism, grounded in both historical patterns and contemporary innovations. Technology increasingly improves consistency and quality, while respecting traditional methods rather than replacing them. Distilleries use sensors to monitor fermentation precisely, software to track barrel locations and aging conditions, and analytical tools to understand chemical transformations during maturation. These technologies enhance rather than supplant human expertise, allowing master distillers to make more informed decisions while maintaining craft traditions. Sustainable practices evolve from optional corporate responsibility to core operational priorities, driven by both necessity and consumer preference. Leading distilleries achieve carbon neutrality through renewable energy, reduce water consumption through recycling systems, source ingredients from sustainable agriculture, and eliminate waste through innovative byproduct uses. These environmental commitments strengthen rather than weaken competitive positions as consumers increasingly reward sustainability while regulators mandate it. The industry that once treated environmental impact as externality now recognizes that long-term viability depends on environmental responsibility. Knowledge sharing across whiskey-producing nations accelerates quality improvement and innovation globally. Scottish distillers consult with emerging producers in Asia and South America. Japanese techniques influence American craft distillers, and Irish innovations spread to new markets. This collaborative spirit, while maintaining competitive dynamics, elevates overall quality and expands whiskey's possibilities. The historical pattern of geographic protectionism and trade secrets gives way to recognition that a rising tide of quality and interest benefits all producers by expanding the overall category. New markets discovering whiskey culture represent enormous growth opportunities. China, India, Southeast Asia, and Latin America contain billions of potential consumers, many in growing middle classes with increasing purchasing power and interest in premium imported goods. If even small percentages of these populations embrace whiskey, the market expansion could dwarf current consumption. Successfully cultivating these markets requires cultural sensitivity, education about whiskey appreciation, and products suited to local palates. But the potential justifies substantial investment. The craft distillery movement matures as early entrants gain experience and their whiskey ages, improving quality that initially suffered from inexperience and insufficient aging. By the mid-2020s, craft distilleries that opened during the revival's early years were releasing whiskey aged 8, 10, or 12 years, expressions that could compete seriously with established brands. This maturation elevates craft whiskey from curiosity to legitimate alternative, diversifying the market and pushing innovation throughout the industry. What history teaches about the future? Whiskey's past offers guidance for navigating uncertain futures, though historical patterns never repeat exactly. The clearest lesson is that quality endures market fluctuations, while shortcuts prove ephemeral. Brands that maintained standards through the decline years led the revival, while those that competed on price and convenience disappeared or languished. This pattern suggests that contemporary producers should resist pressures to sacrifice quality for volume or short-term profits, trusting that excellence eventually receives recognition and reward. Authenticity matters increasingly to consumers across demographics and cultures. The 21st century revival occurred precisely because whiskey embodied craft, tradition, and genuine connection to place that consumers valued in reaction to globalization's homogenizing effects. As digital culture becomes more pervasive and artificial intelligence promises to automate creative work, products made by skilled humans using time-tested methods gain rather than lose relevance. Whiskey's future depends on preserving authenticity that distinguishes it from mass-produced commodities. Innovation within traditional frameworks proves both possible and necessary for continued vitality. Japanese whiskey demonstrated that respecting Scottish methods while adapting to local conditions creates distinctive excellence. Craft distilleries show that experimenting with grain varieties, cask finishes, and production techniques can expand whiskey's boundaries without violating its essential character. The key lies in understanding which elements are fundamental to whiskey's identity and which are conventions that can evolve without losing authenticity. Regional character strengthens rather than limits appeal in global markets. Scotch whiskey's regional variations, bourbon's Kentucky identity, Irish whiskey's national character, and Japanese whiskey's distinctive approach all proved assets in international markets rather than limitations. Consumers value whiskey's connection to specific places and traditions, seeking diversity rather than standardization. Emerging whiskey-producing regions should emphasize rather than obscure their unique characteristics, trusting that distinctiveness attracts rather than repels consumers.